which is being held here at the Hoover facilities.
Mr. Ford, what advice would you give a young lady wanting to become President of the United States?
Well, I hope we do have a young lady at some point become President of the United States. I can tell you how I think it will happen, because it won't happen in the normal course of events. Either the Republican or Democrat political party will nominate a man for president and a woman for vice president. And the woman and man will win. So you'll end up with a president, a male, and a vice president, a female. And in that term of office of the president will die. And the woman will become president under the law or constitution. And once that barrier is broken, from then on, men better be careful, because they'll have a hard time ever even getting a nomination in the future. But that's the way it's going to happen, and I think it'll probably come sometime in the next 4 or 8 years.
Talking about politics coming from a view of the streets, you know what I'm saying, dog? We're not coming from professional view. We're not lawyers. None of that shit that's on TV. You know what I'm saying? We come straight from the hood. The hood view, you know? Representation of black people, period, on the bench, because we don't know who Clarence Thomas is representing. He's sitting on the Supreme Court, sitting on a bench, smelling like cocoa butter. You know?
2, 3, 4, 5. We live. Welcome to Hoodiewpolitics, where we go into a deep, detailed dive into politics from a hood point of view. I'm Rabbit Jones.
I'm Tony, the #1 soul brother. And welcome to Hoodiewpolitics Friday night. I don't know, fish fry, coon fry, whatever you feel like frying. You gonna turn up the heat on somebody.
Yeah, now, if you're new here, you don't know what to expect. But if you've been here before, you know we chasing maggots and coons. Maggots and coons. Welcome to Hoodiewpolitics, baby. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Appreciate everybody that was subscribing, man. We appreciate y'all a whole lot. We just walking off the street and coming to this joint talking politics. You know what I'm saying, dog? We don't have no built-in motherfucking audience and none of that shit. So we just straight talking politics and building up. We appreciate each and every 220 people that subscribe, took the time out to even push that button for us, bro. These hood ass niggas just rambling on about politics, you know? You. Me or you? Can't hear you. I can hear you good.
Can you hear me now?
What you mean?
If you can hear me, let me know. Can't hear me. Let me know.
What are you talking about? I can't hear, bro. Hey, Creed, what Creed at, man? Can you hear us, Creed? Say something. Say, is Creed in the house?
Creed in the house.
Is Creed in the house? Can you hear me, Creed? Say something.
Yeah. Creed, we looking for you, brother. Where you at? We need to do a sound check.
You know, but it's a lot to get into for sure. We got a lot, you know what I'm saying? We got two economic motherfucking we got two economic plans that went out, right? We had Trump, remember? Trump said he had a speech the other day. Was that a speech or a I don't know what that was,
That a
but
plan?
it supposed to been for
Been playing?
yeah for.
Damn, just playing that. Son. I listen to the shit. I ain't hear no.
I get all that. I get that, but it was a plan for it was economic speech. We agree on that. We agree on that was an economic speech.
Can I say allegedly?
No, I'm talking what they said it was.
Oh, you say you can't hear me.
Who?
Creed can't hear me. Everybody said they can't hear me. Godfather said you can't hear me.
Say something.
Can you hear me now? No, coming through the. I was coming through the headphone.
I heard you too. Say something again.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. See if this works. Fuck Donald Trump.
Can you hear you?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, somebody said they can hear you.
Nah, that's can't.
The speech. What speech was terrible though, bro? Oh my god. What? All right, hold on. I like it. Hey, Creed. First of all, we gotta make sure you can hear Tony. First of all,
Now, I'm very low. Come up.
he said you low.
Yeah.
Say something again.
Can you hear me now? Can
Say you
hear
low?
me at all?
You still low?
I'm still low. Very low. Sound like Barry White?
Say something again.
Am I low like I sound like Barry White?
Is he gotta be up now? Yeah, it's loud shit in my ear.
Yeah, I hear it.
All right, let's go. All right, I see we got a problem here with the speeches. So what we're gonna do here, right? First thing we're gonna do is we're gonna go over Trump's speech, right? Now, Trump. Now I see that if you like Trump, right? I just need y'all to be straight up and honest for a minute. We're gonna just go off. We got two speeches, right? Can we do that? Can we do that, Creed? Can we do that? Anybody listening right now that likes Trump, can we just go off the two speeches? That's just it right now. That's all we want to do. Can we do that? Or is that's going to be a problem? You know what I'm saying? All we want to do is go over. First of all, did you see Trump's speech? Because I noticed that most of y'all people that like Trump, y'all don't even watch him. Y'all don't listen to him. Y'all don't know what the fuck disaster shit that he's saying out of his mouth. Nothing. Y'all don't know shit. So first we need to find out, did you even listen to the economic speech? I've noticed that y'all always take time out to listen to the Democrats, either Biden or motherfucking now it's Kamala. Now we need to find out, are you listening to Trump?
Where you get your plans from?
I don't even think they listen to Trump.
Who's kicking you the actual factuals?
So now let's get into this thing. So you had Trump first came out with the cereal and shit behind his back. Remember that? You see that? So now let's get into this thing. Good. So you had
Motherfucker went all over the place. Can't. Tried to in the beginning,
Okay.
and then
Let's get into it. I like it.
Because
I like it. First of all, let's get into the Trump speech first.
Yeah.
All right. Trump. Can anybody that loves Trump tell me what he gonna do to solve the problem? It's just like this motherfucker went on and said, hey, the world is ending. USA is ending. It's gonna end if Kamala is motherfucking president, and it's gonna be the greatest if I'm the president. That's it.
Right now, we're in a third world country. We got the worst economic situation in the world. Man, the dude be tripping.
It's gonna be the greatest.
The best economy in the world right now is the United States. We beat everybody back from COVID. You got all these motherfucking fucked up ass economies around the world because of COVID. The best economy in the world right now stronger.
Okay.
And stronger than everybody else economically. That's why we sending shit to Ukraine and Israel all willy-nilly for real. Because right now we can do what the rest of the world can't. That's because of Biden.
First of all, if Shorty, if you on this motherfucker live, tell us, can you hear us, bro?
Yeah.
That's the first thing before I get real deep into this.
All that good work. All that good work. That's Biden.
All right, hold on. Let's hold on, because Creed don't believe none of that, right? Creed and people like, right, don't believe nothing you just said out your goddamn mouth, right? So, all right, how can we have a debate, right? If one side don't even believe facts, they don't believe anything that has anything to do with facts, right? So how do you debate that person?
That's going to win out in the end anyway.
I mean, how do you debate a person? Hold on. How do we get a point across, right, to somebody that feel like they know the facts, but their facts are wrong, right? But they feel like they're right. What do you do?
It depends on the person.
Because you're showing them facts.
Right. If the person is susceptible to listening to you, to hear your side, and he ain't dug in like most MAGA morons, they dug in. So you can't talk to them. But you got somebody willing to listen, then you just gotta put your points out there, and you know,
all right, hold on.
Up against their points and prove their points wrong.
I got one little beef with you, right?
Uh-oh.
Because when you say MAGA morons, right, I just feel like once you had Creed on here, right?
Right.
He was a MAGA person, right? He felt like he the number one MAGA, matter of fact. And as we was talking, right? Do you feel like he was a MAGA moron?
I feel like he's a MAGA moron. No.
That's what I mean. It's like that person right there, the Creed person,
right?
What he said was his top issues were education.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Let's just stay with education, right?
Which
so
this man wants to get rid of.
They want to abolish the Department of Education. I don't know if he know that or not, but Trump want to get rid of the Department of Education. I don't know if he knows that or not. See what I mean about that stuff like that? You feel me? And would that even matter if they support him? And I know it's another thing that most of the people that support him not gonna vote for him. You see that odd thing? Where they'd be like, I fucks with Trump, this and that and that. But man, nah, I don't give a fuck what he said about drinking bleach. You feel what I'm saying? I ain't got nothing to do with that. He's just talking shit. Right?
But remember one time
I ain't voting for him or no shit like that, but I fucks with him. He talks straight. You feel me?
we had the same discussion on another part. When I told you, you got some people out there that just want to go against the grain to go against the grain. Everybody like Trump, so fuck it, everybody like Biden, so fuck it, I'm like Trump. I'm tired of hearing that shit, all that timeless shit. I'm gonna vote for Trump. But these motherfuckers ain't got no inkling to go motherfucking vote. You got a lot of him out there. So that's why his numbers might seem inflated. Because you got motherfuckers who just might stay home.
All right, so I'm gonna do. We're gonna play a little bit of Trump shit, but I want to start off with Kamala Harris, the first black lady. You know what I'm saying? When she laid things down.
Will make it a top priority to bring down costs and increase economic security for all Americans. As president, I will take on the high costs that matter most to most Americans, like the cost of food. We all know that prices went up during the pandemic when the supply chains shut down and failed. But our supply chains have now improved, and prices are still too high. A loaf of bread costs 50% more today than it did before the pandemic. Ground beef is up almost 50%. Many of the big food companies are seeing their highest profits in 2 decades. And while many grocery chains pass along these savings, others still aren't. Look, I know most businesses are creating jobs, contributing to our economy, and playing by the rules.
Let's see. How you feel about that so far, Tom?
Trump talked for an hour and a half, and we still don't know what the fuck he's saying.
So, all right, let's go over the highlights of things she want to do, right? First thing she want to do is cap insulin at $35. Not just for seniors, for everybody. Now, anybody loving Trump, do you do not like that or not? You know what I'm saying? Who's that? Oh, yeah. $25,000 for a house startup for anybody trying to get their first house. $25,000. Do you not like that? Black MAGA lovers. Is that a problem? $35 cap on insulin for everybody and $25,000 for first home startups. Is that a problem?
Now,
Do that hurt? Is that an issue? Is that an issue? That's all I want to know. You know what I'm saying? Now, we talking about capping the insulin at $35, capping out of pocket $2,000 for everybody, period, not just seniors, right? You can damn sure child tax credit extended, right? And raised, right? Soon as we get to something that that's a fucking problem, right? I don't know. You let me know, Tony. You feel me?
I ain't got no problem with none of that.
What you mean none of it?
Somebody was gonna bring up socialism.
All right, what is socialism? Out of all that, tell me what part of that is socialism? Help you get a house?
All that socialism.
So what is it? I need to understand what socialism is. Is it you saying money in the government, right, is going to help people to get housing, lower their medical procedures and their medicine, right, and help them in their family as a child care, right, and child tax credits. Now, if that's socialism, all right, tell me if you just take all that away, right? How poor would people be first? You take all that away, right? So what about the tax cuts for millionaires and shit? Why you ain't mad at that? All the tax giveaways for millionaire bitch ass niggas. Why you don't get mad at that thing then? If you want to just take away the shit, the little shit she just named, $25,000 for people trying to start up getting houses. But you'd rather that money go to a millionaire to do what with it? To do what with it? We'll get the price fixing in a minute. Let's stay on one topic here, right? Go ahead. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying?
Them real live, real hard conservatives. Them motherfuckers don't want to give you shit. So they gonna label everything as socialism. Real live. But they'll call everything socialism. So you right now, they keep trying to put that label on Democrats and say, try to justify the shit they want to do.
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it.
Nobody shit and
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, bro. Like, let's talk about they say it's socialism. Let's talk about what she want to do. And is that socialism? Or do you want to direct that money to millionaires? It's just real fucking simple here. We ain't got to get no more simple than that. Trump, that money is going to be tax cuts to millionaires, period. That $25,000 for people to start up homes, your grandmother, your uncle, your aunt, or your motherfucking cousin, your nephew that want to get a home with a family. When you start realizing it's so hard for him, when you realize that was easier if you would have voted for hers, $25,000 would have helped you. You feel me? What about motherfucking your health care bills? You go and get a surgery. She making sure that shit don't go in your motherfucking credit. Small shit like that helps you overall, right? More money with tax credits, more money for child tax credits, right? And it's like, is that socialism? Why would you? What is that when you just don't give that to them? That everything she just named, take that away and just give it to millionaires like you did with Bush, Trump, and Reagan. And just give it to millionaires and you already seen what happens. It's a proof in the pudding. It already shows you what happens when you do this tax cuts for millionaire shit.
I seen a chart. I think it was earlier today. I seen this chart. Somebody put it out. It had Reagan, Bush. Two administrations mixed up in it. It's deficit. Clinton comes in, recover. Economic boom. Don't leave us with a deficit. Don't even leave us even. This motherfucker left a surplus. Cleaned it up. Then you had Bush, came back, fucked it up. Took all the money that Clinton left, gave a tax cut to the millionaires, fucked the economy, slam up.
Yep.
Obama, come in, recover.
These are facts. We can't, it ain't our fault. It's not our fault. It's not our fault. Let's backtrack a little bit. Reagan, free fall. The government The economy is in a free fall. Clinton come in, clean that shit up. Bush come in, fucked up. Matter of fact, my man paid on a deficit. Clinton paid on the debt. Had a surplus, whatever that means to people.
It means they had money in the bank. They didn't owe nobody. Or
Nobody. A surplus.
they're in the government bank account.
These are facts. It's not our fault now.
Our father said he's still waiting.
Oh shit, my bad. We start getting into this thing.
But yeah, so you had Bush come in, fuck it up. Obama came in. He had the worst job of all the cleanup.
Oh, let's talk about when Obama come in. Bush,
Woo!
the Iraq War that he did not pay for. Where it go? Obama had to clean that up.
Oh,
So Obama come in, guess what? 800,000 jobs a month being lost, not gained. Lost. Lost. You know what that is? That's a free fall. Biden, who cleaned it up? Obama cleaned that shit up.
Obama clean that up. But let me say this about Obama.
We ain't finished, but Trump came in next and fucked everything back up.
I won't say. For all that shit, they got black people like brothers and sisters out here talking about what Obama did for black people. He did nothing for black people.
Not true.
That list been ran down 100 damn times. But this is one other thing that you won't notice that he did for black people by saving the economy. Those of you that had a job at that time also kept your job at that time. So if you think when they start cutting shit, where the fuck they gonna cut it? They cutting the brothers first. So
we just got one thing from Camilla.
Everything on the list.
We got one thing from Camilla. We got a few things really. $25,000 housing. You know what I'm saying, dog? Capping insulin, $35 for seniors and everybody in America. $2,000 cap for everybody in America.
Something like that.
So, but if you listen to Trump, you don't even know what the fuck. What is it? What are you gonna do then?
What are you gonna do?
He cried the whole time, told you the world is about to end. USA is a piece of shit.
Right.
And if you don't vote for me, I'm gonna flee and go to a whole nother country.
Bye.
ASAP. A the fuck sap too. I'm gone.
See?
And nigga run for president saying, you know what? If y'all don't vote for me, I'm out. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna lead the whole country. Like, nigga, that means you don't even give a fuck anyway. Why would you even listen? Bruh, the fact that the Republicans put this clown ass fool to be president is the dumbest shit. And for people to try to defend him, it makes it worse. You know what I'm saying? That's why I give Creed a lot of credit that he didn't defend none of the bullshit, right? He just said, I fucks with him, right? So that's different from a motherfucker beating you down, trying to defend the wild, racist bullshit that he say. You gotta give Creed credit. Did he try to defend him? He didn't defend him though. He just said he supported him. So I think that type of Creed Trump supporter is somebody that was a Democrat before, I think, and just fuck with Trump. Don't really listen to him, don't know what he really about, but just fuck with him. You feel me? But meanwhile, it's so much shit he want to do that would devastate the black culture. Is just crazy.
This economy shit is really deeper than people really think. If you look at what the Democrats is trying to do, if Kamala gets in there, you have 4 years of Biden, followed by approximately 8, at least 4, but up to 8. Economy is kicking. We got the best economy.
That's what I mean. Like, if they debate on the facts, I would get it. It's like you saying the world ending, this and that. Like, and then you look at the shit, it's not like that. So why make up a false argument, right? Which is lies, and then have all these people try to defend these lies. So we know Trump a liar, right?
Yeah.
So now he making everybody that's in his campaign a liar. He making everybody that defend him around the United States a liar. It makes them lie. I don't even think these people are normal liars. But when they start defending him, they turn into liars. Ain't that some shit? It's some funny thing about that.
What I'm understanding is, you know, back to the fucking economy. If the Democrats, if you look at it, they're trying to build a new middle class. They're trying to, and that's who gonna spend the money. They talking about, well, you're giving out handouts.
Okay, hold on.
That's bull.
Okay, let's Violent Thor. I appreciate you a whole lot for coming through our podcast. You know that, you know what I'm saying? You've been fucking with us for a minute too. You know what I'm saying? So we're gonna go ahead and tap into your comment here. Appreciate Godfather stepping past the joint, you know what I'm saying, through the podcast, see what's going on through the joint. And I don't know if you heard all the speeches from Trump and Harris. You heard those speeches or not? For economy. Yeah, we need.
Yeah, I heard all of them.
All right, so we're gonna tap into this conversation right here. Now, I get it. We got this thing where black people and people that defend Trump want to say Democrats are what they are. They the racists and they all this, and they did everything, right? But they want to just skip all the way over the 60s, right? And just forget that happened, right? So I get that, right? So let's tap into this question right here. When Johnson said that once we pass this, black people will vote for us for the next 50 years. First, can we acknowledge, did that happen? Yes or no, Tom? Did he say that?
I don't know. I have to look it up.
Godfather, did you think that he said that or not?
I ain't up on LBJ like that.
I don't know if he said that, but I know he was by him signing the bill, the Civil Rights Act bill, which he had no choice to. That's why I don't believe that he would probably say that, but he had no choice but to sign it. So
First of all, he did say that. First of all,
okay.
He said that the next 50 years, Democrats, black people will be voting for Democrats, right? Now let's put this in context though. We talking about during the time when Martin Luther King was marching, right? And Republicans were fighting everything we was trying to do. We even had Republican senators and congressmen fighting kids going to schools, segregating schools at the time, right? And the president himself feel like if I was to pass civil rights, would stop all this bullshit, right? That discriminating against black people. If I was to pass motherfucking voting rights, would make it so black people can vote. Who in the hell in their right mind don't think a black person should vote for the Democrat after that? Like, who don't? I don't know. You can't explain to me. Anybody out there, Violent Thor, Creed, can you tell me if the Republicans voted for us to vote, women to vote, the civil rights bill to stop motherfucking white people from discriminating and beating the shit out of us? If Republicans did that bill, we can have another conversation. If the Republicans was fighting to do that, we can have another conversation. But they wasn't. That's the problem. Democrats did this. Democrats pushed it. Democrats passed it. That's just the bottom line. You can't get over the facts of who pushed the black culture forward. It was not Republicans. And in fact, they fought against those bills. They still fighting to this day against motherfucking Social Security, voting rights, all of it. What are they not fighting against? Everything that was passed in the 60s.
Oh no, it might be billionaire discrimination. They need to have a billionaire, billionaire march.
It's just hard for me to grasp. How can Thor support this when it's just obvious who does what, right? We don't even have to go to the 60s no more. Me and Tony passed that. We can go to now. Who's supporting what you want now. If you go to Trump, Project 2025 lays out the whole thing that discriminates black people, women, Hispanics,
Healthcare.
kids. It's like anything you can think of that's not a white man. I mean, do you defend that, Violent Thor? Do you defend that? Yeah, I notice y'all defend none of that. Y'all just like Trump. So at some point, y'all have to wake up and be like, the facts are this. And when you
I
look
think
at it, go ahead. Wait, hold on. When they look at him, they seen he lying. Creed can't tell me in my face when he watched Trump talk, he don't hear lies, right? Violent Thor, you too. You can't tell me you don't hear lies. So ask yourself, what he lying for? You know what I'm saying? What's the lies for? Go ahead.
Yeah, so based off which Thor just said, it's easy to fool people, but it's hard to convince them they've been fooled. I think you need to look in the mirror on that statement that you said, because you've been fooled. You just don't understand it. So I don't know how you could come out with that comment when you've been fooled.
Help us understand, anybody out there like Violent Thor. Appreciate you for sure for tuning in, for sure. But help us understand your thought process on this, right? We get it. The first you say socialist, right? If you feel like socialism is $25,000 to help you a person get their first home, talk to me. Is that socialism? If you're telling me $35 cap on insulin is a good thing or not, you tell me. You know what I'm saying? Is that socialism or not? It makes it hard for me to understand what is your thought process. What is socialism? That's something I don't know nothing about. You know what I'm saying? Do you know something?
No, that's the thing I want to tap into real quick.
Go
This new world that we live in, this new generation that we live in, we don't believe in it. We don't know nothing about communism, socialism, and and what's the other one? He say liberal, and you're talking to white.
I'm gonna hit you later.
You're talking to I guess white college people. Like that's other people that knows that stuff. You're not talking to people that's actually working day to day. We don't care nothing about that. Who's liberal, who's communist, and who's what. We ain't worrying about none of that. We worrying about who's doing what food in our table, keep money in our pockets, and help us move forward from the past. If y'all can't see that, then I don't understand. I really don't.
I'm with you on that. It's just I like to engage. That's why we do this podcast. We engage with a lot of MAGAs. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? But we just want to understand what's socialism. You know what I'm saying? And
Come on the show and break it down for us, because we confused. You just come on the show.
I want to know. Like, do you don't like $25,000 to start a house? Do you not like $35 cap on insulin? Do you not like $2,000 out of pocket for health insurance for everybody? Tell me, is that socialism? I didn't know. And I just all want to know, is that socialism? Because I don't know.
We will help the food industry become more competitive, because I believe competition is the lifeblood of our economy. More competition means lower prices for you and your families. As president, I'll take on the issue of the cost of healthcare. As Attorney General, I took on insurance companies and big pharma and got them to lower their prices. And together with President Biden, we've gone even further. We capped the price of insulin at $35 a month, and the total cost of prescription drugs at $2,000 a year for seniors. We let Medicare negotiate lower drug prices for seniors. And just yesterday, we announced that we are lowering the price by up to 80% for 10 more life-saving drugs. pledge to continue this progress. I'll lower the cost of insulin and prescription drugs for everyone with your support, not only our seniors. And demand transparency from the middlemen who operate between Big Pharma and the insurance companies who use opaque practices to raise your drug prices and profit off your need for medicine. As president, I will work in partnership with industry to build the housing we need, both to rent and to buy. We will take down barriers and cut red tape, including at the state and local levels. And by the end of my first term, we will end America's housing shortage by building 3 million new homes and rentals that are affordable for the middle class.
Oh, let's stop right there. Let's stop the fuck right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. Let's stop right there. All right, let's stop right there. First of all, 3 million homes, right? I mean, some of this stuff, tell me, Creed, tell me, anybody out there that loves Trump, right? What's socialism about giving people $25,000 to start with their first home, right? Explain to me what part of this is socialism, and just help me. Just help me understand your thought process on this right here. Like, why not though? You might not need it now, but one day you do. Why not have it there since you're a taxpayer? You know what I'm saying? Why not have it there? You feel me? Or it's just me? Do I just feel like that? You know what I'm saying? But if we was to go on, oh my bad, go ahead. Go ahead, Godfather. Is you froze? Oh, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Go ahead. You good? Oh, maybe he is froze then. You froze?
Hold on, come back.
All right, go ahead.
All right, let's look at the definition of socialism.
Go ahead.
Socialism, a political and economic theory of social organization, which advocates that the means of production, distribution, and exchange should be owned or regulated by the community as a whole. Policy of rent.
That's my thing. Is like they take these words from the right wing, Trump and Republicans. They take these words and act like they bad words or something.
Okay. Bernie Sanders is a socialist. He admitted it.
Oh yeah, Bernie Sanders. Let's stay with Bernie Sanders.
So if you align with the thoughts of Bernie Sanders, then you probably a socialist.
Okay, what makes him a socialist then? He feel like what?
That the government should pay for everything. That's basically what socialism is. They think that socialists, everything should be paid for or come through the government, and you got another set of people that don't want government all in business. So
True.
So, but like Canada is a socialist nation. The government don't give them everything. They got health care. They got shit.
Children's leave. They don't have to worry about health care. They don't have to spend the money on that. So do you think America will be better? That's similar to something I always say. It was like, we shouldn't, as Americans, try to pay for anything. Remember I was saying that back in the day? Is that socialism what I was saying? I didn't even know that.
Yeah.
Whole time that was socialism, bro. I didn't even know that shit though, right? That's why I shit. We're going to listen to Trump so people can understand his part of the plans.
But he's sort of gonzo. It all started with the debate I should have been a little bit easy. Somebody said your debate performance was horrible. I said, why? Because you forced him out of government. But I believe she'll be just as bad. I believe she's maybe in many ways going to be worse because he wasn't really a radical left, but she is. She's real. He wasn't real.
Wait. We'll pause for a minute.
So I think she's going to be, in many ways, easier to beat.
Wait. This motherfucker for the last 3 years been saying Biden's radical left. He sat here in 2 minutes and said, nah, he's not really a radical left. She is. Like, what the fuck? Now he not really one? What the fuck is up with this nigga, fool? Oh man, he calling so much shit. If I get next to him, I would slap the taste out of his red mouth.
Then Joe Biden, what they did to him was disgraceful, by the way. And it really is a threat to democracy. It was a coup by people that wanted him out. And they didn't do not the way they're supposed to do it. $129 more on energy and $241 more. This is all per month on rent. So you have that 148, 129, 241, and then many other increases. You add it all up, it's thousands and thousands of dollars that she and he have cost people. The cost of a typical monthly mortgage has doubled since I left office, and that number was about 3 months old from government, and now it's tripled.
One more thing.
We had mortgage rates at around 2%, close.
It'd be hard to let him play because he lies so fucking much, man. It'd be bad. Like, hey, bro. One thing about this motherfucker is, right now it look like he's trying to read off a paper, right? So you notice how everybody trying to tell him to stay on script or some bullshit, right? So he's trying to read off a paper, but he's still not making any fucking sense.
What they've done to our country. Grocery prices have skyrocketed.
One thing everybody remember, we was in a pandemic when he left, right? Inflation itself when he left was 9.1. So if anybody was supposed to be pitching the bitch and whining, then that would have been your time. You don't wait till we get to 2 something. Act like inflation bad. Hey, somebody asked Creed the other day, do you even know the number? Like, you just screaming inflation now at this point.
Yeah, that's why don't none of the shit he say match up to reality.
Exactly.
Because he want to talk about inflation. Inflation has been at its lowest for a long time.
Everything he say is a record. Is record.
He want to talk about the economy.
Everything is his record.
The economy is the best in the world.
He talk about drill, baby, drill.
Yeah,
this motherfucker done drilled more than anybody in history. Biden. He never said the words drill, baby, drill out of his fucking mouth. But let's keep in facts now. Let's stay with facts. He done drilled more than Trump. Right now, America is producing more energy and oil than they ever had in history. More than any nation on earth ever did today. Without saying the words drill, baby, drill. Then the facts. It's not my fault, Violent Thor. Violent Thor is not my fault. It's not our fault that the facts are, it's just the facts. You know what I'm saying? Now, hey, we just read the definition of socialism too. Violent Thor. I don't know. You probably stepped away. Oh shit. A whole ton of shit. First of all, housing, the economy. Go ahead, Godfather. You muted yourself. Go ahead.
Yeah, we don't need that fucking oil. We got a fucking warehouse.
Don't keep
That's bigger than a lot of cities.
keep freezing on.
All right, keep going. Go ahead, Tom.
We got a fucking oil reserve, the strategic oil reserve,
Uh,
bigger than a lot of these
It's just
fucking
hard for me to get over the facts, though.
What you need to drill?
I don't understand.
Look,
what we fooled about? Everything we said was facts. It's like it's not our fault though. You see what I'm saying? It really ain't our fault that the first black lady go give you $25,000 to get your house. It's not our fault.
It's not our fault that every time there's some good shit going on, Republicans want to go in there and fuck it up.
It's not our fault.
Every fucking time.
It is not our
They
fault.
fuck it up, Democrats come along and clean it up.
It's not our fault. If we continue on this thing here, he will never tell you what he want to do to fix the shit that he's telling you is a problem. See, that's the funny thing about this fool ass nigga. He would tell you for an hour that the world is ending, but he running for president won't tell you what he do to fix whatever the fuck he talking about was wrong. That's the problem.
Okay. The shit that he's talking about is broke.
He can't fix it.
He can't fix it because it's already fucking okay. Border crossings are at their lowest. And this happened after Joe Biden put out that executive order for shit they did on the border. So she taking that, they neutralize that argument. That argument neutralized. You keep doing this gloom and doom shit about the economy. That shit don't work because anybody with 2020 vision can see that the economy is booming. We got to get inflation down some more, but the economy is the best.
It's not our fault.
The best in the world. That means, look, if China was supposed to be the next big superpower, their economy ain't shit.
It's not.
We can crush them. That's what it's about.
It ain't that. It's like, just can y'all argue with the facts? Can y'all do that first?
He got makeup lies.
He making you liars. He making everybody support him a liar. Thor, he making you a liar. He making you where you getting your information from? First of all, is this just him and Fox? That means you gotta open your palette up, bro. You gotta get information that's real. You know what I'm saying? Because right now it's hard to debate people that's not going off facts themselves. If they believe the sky is blue, I'm not walking out. I mean, they believe the sky is green. I'm not gonna walk outside and debate you about it's blue. That's the dumbest shit for me to do. Just like they say, shorty, is she black or not? Like, I'm not even engaging in that. That's some stupid shit to do. Now you see what I'm saying?
But this is the problem with that. They go to Fox News, they go to OAN.
Yeah, they gotta go somewhere else to get some information, bro.
Shit. That's all they tune into. That's all they know. So
what's dumbass nigga that be with Jay-Z? He said some dumb shit today, bro.
Kanye?
Nah, the other motherfucker, to be with Jay-Z, bitch ass nigga that's up in his ass from Philly. From Philly?
I'm from Philly. Oh, Meek Mill.
This bitch ass nigga put out a tweet. Oh, I don't know what's up with Camilla. I'm hearing things in the streets that she locked people up.
Nigga, fuck you.
No, hold up. I'm gonna put his tweet up in a minute. But then he said, and she need to talk to somebody like me that been through the things that can tell her what she don't know. I'm like, what?
Nigga, you ain't the only one. I can do a fucking hit on shit that's going on that you really don't know. So,
but the problem is you going off again, like we talking about these MAGAs and black MAGAs, which more is more concerned. But overall MAGAs are going off false information. It's hard to debate you like that, bruh.
If they go into Fox News, OAN, Newsmax, and all these right-wing places, media places to get their information, they getting fed lies, and they knowingly getting fed lies because they take their cues from whatever he say. Whatever Trump say, that's what they running with as putting out as the truth. It ain't putting no facts up against the truth. That's their guy. So when they go to them, if you're being lied to, and you know how motherfucking it is, they think if it's on TV or on the internet, it's the gospel. They lie to more than anybody. But anyway, if that's where you going to get your
I'm about to say, what are you talking about? That's what's up. I appreciate you straighten that out though, because I know we wouldn't even talk. That's what's up though. But we still got a few things to pick with you though. Hey, shouts out to my man, the #1 MAGA up in this thing too. You know what I'm saying, dog? Hey, look like we got a Godfather, RSJ up in this joint too. You know what I'm saying? Hey, go ahead, no more soul, bro.
If motherfuckers purposely lying to you, you know, you see shit on TV, you hear it on radio, whatever, fuck or podcast or whatever. If they putting out whatever he say, that's why they dug in. They've been indoctrinated. That's the media wing of the agriculture. So they've been indoctrinated through Fox News and all these motherfuckers. Now, what? That's why you can't talk to them.
So now, all right, so far, #1 MAGA. Tell me, so far, what you didn't like about hers? I see you say you ain't like something. $25,000 for tell me what part of this whole thing that you heard from her that you ain't like.
Hey, first of all, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay, because I can't hear you through my mic. The $25,000 part is okay. Let's say I saved $25,000. It took me 3 years to save the money. So now when I'm about to go buy the house, now they passing out $25,000 to everybody. Mm-hmm. So it took me 3 years to save it, but they pass it to you for free. Now the same house that I'm about to purchase, everybody got the same amount of money now. So it kind of hurts the person that saves. That's what I'm talking about. It's not a problem to give out the money, but if you got a person that's saving and it took them 5 to 4 years to save up this money to buy this house that somebody else is getting it for free, that's kind of bullshit.
Okay, my thing is,
let's get in there. Hold on. There's a lot of people trying to get in there. Hold on. First of all, go ahead, Godfather. Go ahead, say what you want to say.
Okay, my thing about that is, yeah, you saved like her mother saved. She saw her mother save for 10 years. She don't want the future generation to have to do that again. So yeah, you saved. That means if you do go and still it's your first time buying, you save and you about to go buy your home for the first time, you still apply for that 25. That money, I mean the money that you save, you use that for other means. Like, I'm not confused.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, when you say that, it's like, why would you say that somebody getting something free? I'm confused on that. It's for first-time home buyers, right? If you're a first-time home buyer and you saved up money, she giving you $25,000 to go with whatever you have. That ups the houses you can go to. That ups where you can go. You can take your family in what community you can go to now. Yes or no?
I mean, it sounds good, brother, but
no. We talking about facts. We don't talk about someone. Anything sound good. These are the facts. This is what she laid out, right? $25,000 for you to get your first home. We need to understand what's wrong with that. You said you ain't like it, right?
No. I just said it hurts the people who save and work hard to save $25,000.
I get that.
That's my only problem.
All right, so now,
if you took you 3 years, you about to buy that barbershop, and they tell you need 30 grand, and you saved up 3 years. This year you about to buy it, and then all of a sudden I just fill out a form and I get the 30 grand plus what I got saved. That's gonna take from you, bro.
No,
not necessarily.
Go ahead.
Because on the real, if you save 3 years and got $25,000 to put down on the house, and the government
gonna match it,
giving you $25,000, you still ahead because your 25 with the government's 25, you got 50 to put down on that house.
That's what I mean.
With the 25,
hey, you know what that's gonna do, Tony? That's just gonna bid up the price of homes. So if I own a home, yeah, I'm gonna be happy. If I'm trying to sell it and everybody got this money that's bidding up the prices, of course. But imagine if everybody not gonna get the loan. So imagine if you ones that not gonna get the loan. The house is gonna be so out of price you would never be able to save for one.
That's why she's putting in
how you get
million new homes designed for the middle class.
Understand it, bro.
Hold on. I want to understand. Hold on.
Because her fact to back that up was she's gonna put 3 million homes just for the lower end middle class to buy.
I'm just about to bring that up. It's a counteract to
that. I don't understand what you said on that part because I just counteract with that part you just said. You know what I'm saying? So
the whole policy is 3 million homes built and for rental combined with that. Now you see what I'm saying? $25,000 to start your first home.
I mean, I think the free market could do a better job. We just don't build homes just to build homes. We build homes when it's needed. The free market will let you know when it's needed.
But
the real estate market. That's why the real estate market changed the way how they pay people now. Why? It starts tomorrow. They just put this new law in effect that starts tomorrow, so it can make it affordable for people to buy homes. Like instead of paying commission for both the realtor and the place you're getting your home from, now they dropped that to what, 3%. That means you're paying less than half of that now to get you to buy your home. Plus you get the 25 grand plus the money you save. So again, all that counteracts every single thing that you throwing out there.
And on top of that, you saving on insulin, you saving on medical fees, you saving on child care, extra child tax credits. I mean, talk to me. I mean, y'all say it's socialist. I was just trying to figure out what part of this you don't like. Help you take your kids to school and have somewhere you could pay for them if you need aftercare or some shit, right? You get extra tax credits for that. Like, I don't see what's wrong with this whole get up here. Like, there's no way you could say something wrong with some of this stuff, Creed.
Like I say,
one at a time. Go ahead.
If I'm a non-working person and I'm living off the government, of course I'm gonna be happy. But if I'm a hard-working person and I don't qualify for none of those advantages, of course I'm gonna be mad. So it depends on what side of the fence you on. If you qualify for those, of course you're gonna take advantages. But if the majority of the people's not gonna qualify,
all right,
it's
so
more broke people than it is people that's wealthy.
All right, so I'm gonna explain to you that this whole thing is geared to a middle class. So it's gonna be a certain income that gets these houses, and most of us gonna lie into those income brackets. So therefore, once you make 3 million houses, right, and give you $25,000 to get one of them, that makes it easier. As we know, as black people, we know white people coming in our neighborhoods and taking over our shit, right? What we call that? What you call that?
Gentrification.
Gentrification. Hey, is it in Detroit? It's in DC.
Yeah, it's in my city, Highland Park, for sure.
Exactly.
I like that though. It's making the city
better. You keep liking this white racist stuff. It be blowing.
I want my city to look better, bro.
All right, hold on. Okay.
You know how you make your city better? Bringing in black dollars, bringing in black people to your city. That's what's going to make your city bring money in it. Without black dollars, you're not going to make no money. You can have all that white money coming in all you want, but without the black dollar, nothing freaking matters.
Man, our dollar never circulate the neighborhood, not one time.
All right, hold on.
It's always been like that since the.
Hold on. We agreed on something for a minute. I like to stay on something we agree with. We all agree there's gentrification, right? In our motherfucking neighborhoods, all black neighborhoods, right? You in Detroit, we in DC, right? So if we was to combat that, what were the things you would do? Give black and minorities up hand with $25,000. Maybe that'll work. $25,000 to help you get a house, right? You would try things to help minorities and black cultures to come up in those brackets, which 25,000 with your 25,000 now puts you in, right? It gets you in those neighborhoods that you most black people want to be in. They want working hard to be in. It puts you in those neighborhoods that you always wanted to be in, because now you got half of the payment. You're not going to a house that's around the corner from the hood that you're trying to get away from. Now you got extra money on top of that to get you further in the suburbs. Now you somewhere that you really wanted to be, or you got options now better than you had with just 25,000, which you saved. Right or wrong?
Yeah, I said for those who qualify, it's gonna be grateful.
And
those who don't qualify, it's gonna hurt.
All right, so anybody
the market. Because what if I just get the 25,000? What if I don't get the extra subsidy, but I just have my money that I save? And you got extra money. Now that marks me off the market.
I get you. I get what you're saying. I get
Like,
what
I
you're
don't
saying.
get no help. Now I'm mad because I done did all this saving for the last 4 years. And you done outpriced me because somebody gave you something for free.
No.
Hold on. I see where you at. I got you. But that means you're not a first time homeowner. You're not trying to get your first house, right?
No, we trying to. Well, I got a home. I'm just trying to say if I'm in.
No, what I'm saying in general, if that's the
Yeah, in
problem, that means you're not a first time home buyer. That means this is your second or third time trying to get home.
No. I'm saying if I'm saving to buy my first home.
Oh, your first home. That
Yeah,
means
let's say I'm saving to buy my first
on top
home.
of what you got then.
Yeah, let's say I'm saving to buy my first home.
Your first
and
home.
I don't qualify to get in this program.
You qualify.
No, let's say I don't qualify.
Make you not qualify. You in the middle class.
Well, first they only got 3 million homes, right? It's 30 million of black people. Well, we all can't get this home, right?
How many you think she can build in 3 years?
That's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying, we all can't qualify.
You can. Like right now, for example, we all agreed that we are being gentrified out of our neighborhoods. If we were to add more housing in those neighborhoods now, we will have to leave. We can get those. And if the government helping us pay for those, we don't have to get even nowhere. We can stay here. I can keep my grandmama house. And on top of that, my little brother or my cousin can get a house across the street. We don't have to go nowhere. Then you see what I'm saying?
No, I get your point. You know what's better than that? When people sell their houses because they can't afford it. And I get it for a cheaper price because you got X out the market. You can't afford to keep your asset. So now I can get it for even cheaper instead of me just giving it and propping up the down housing market.
Now you're throwing up scenarios. Okay, now you're throwing up scenarios and cases like that. If you're a first-time home buyer, it doesn't matter about all that stuff you're talking about. If you're a first-time home buyer, you're a first-time applying for this application to buy a home, you're going to qualify for that $25,000. Anything else outside of that is this hypothetical scenario, and you just want to make up something.
You can put 40,000 with it if you want, right? It all it does is elevate a black person or somebody in color in another neighborhood that they never would be able to get to. Do we agree on that?
I don't agree on that one, man. I just know reality. It's not gonna work.
More?
It's not.
If you went out and look for a house right now that was 40,000, right? And the government gave you 25,000 on top of what you had. That means you ain't have to settle for that shit. You can go look a little different, right? Because you got more money now. True or false?
I told you, if I'm on that side when I need that help, I would be grateful for it.
All right, so long as it's there, though, that's the key point. I want to agree with you is if it's not there, that's a problem. Do we agree on that? That opportunity.
If the opportunity there for whoever take it, yeah, I'm pretty sure they're gonna be grateful for it.
Exactly. So if you working on the premise of don't do that at all, nobody needs that type of help. Do you think that's a good approach to do this?
That's how I would do it because I care about the people that actually work hard and save their own money.
All right. So, but we
I'd rather those people get a leg up than those who don't.
True. But we just agreed that you or me might be in that situation one day. We don't ever know.
I pray I'd never be, brother.
That's true. You might. That's true.
I pray I'd never be, man.
But
Good,
you're still speaking on hypothetical.
I mean, Godfather, my bad.
I can't hear Tony.
Can't hear Tony.
Yeah.
I was skipping channels and landed on Fox today, and dude said about the 25,000. You say now that she wants, or when that goes in effect, that she give everybody $25,000 toward their first house. The price of every house just went up 20.
Oh, I see what you're saying. They're gonna raise it 25,000 just cause.
So,
exactly.
I got you.
Everybody got 25, so they'll.
I got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Okay.
Let's talk about that then. Now, later in that speech. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Now, that's why again.
That's good. That's a good point. Go ahead.
That's speaking hypothetically that they would do that. But then again, she's trying to act that.
They're definitely gonna do that.
but then again, she's trying to act that with the law that started for how they get paid starts tomorrow. That's how she counteract things. What they did today,
Hold on. Repeat that.
yes,
Say that
what they did today, for the house for the real estate market, they changed the way they get paid now. Why they do that? Because the commission was let's say for instance the commission was 6%, and then the realtor and the agent can keep the percentage high as they want to. That way they can be winning on both ends. So they did that was they made them drop down that rate to flat 3%
True.
commission.
True. But at the same time, if she give what?
Now, so that drops down your cost for your down payment on a home. That drops down your cost maybe anywhere between 12 to 20 grand, right there. Bam, you already dropped half of your cost right there. So it doesn't matter if the market goes up because you're still gaining from when your closing cost is.
Wait.
That's how you kind of act that.
Wait. Hold on. Well, all right, I get what you're saying, but you can't tell me a landlord and another landlord can get together and be like, all right, we gotta jack this thing up. She gonna give him 25, we're gonna jack things up at least 15, right? So they're gonna do that, bro. It's gonna happen. So, and later in the speech, she said she was gonna get people that does stuff like that with food, with housing, that put extra prices on just like that. That's price gouging. Now you see what I'm saying? When we was in the pandemic.
Yeah, let's talk about that.
Go ahead.
Man, that's terrible, bro. If she do that, man, we gonna have a food shortage. Everything she do that on, we gonna have a shortage on. You can't tell somebody what the price their product's at, bro. If I got a product and it's cost me $5 to make, but I'm selling it at $7.
I see what you're saying.
And that's a $2 profit I'm making. But you telling me I could only sell it at $5.50? Two things gonna happen. Either I'm not gonna make the product, or I'm gonna find a way to make it cheaper, and you're gonna get a cheaper quality of a product. So I'm gonna find a way to make it for $2.
That's not price gouging.
So I can still get.
Okay.
Oh, go
I
ahead.
see what you're saying. I got you.
I got you. I guess you can say it too. Now, let me tell you about the price gouging. Price gouging is for something like in major cases like the pandemic.
Huh?
Price gouging is based for so price gouging is like things that happened during the pandemic when everything was having to get shut down. People started raising the price of costs because goods wasn't coming in and stuff like that. So now they're trying to maximize their money. Now, to counteract what you're talking about, so far as how you could tell somebody, she's trying to make it competitive where local businesses like my corner store won't have to charge me $7 for a bag of Funyuns because the people on top of them is charging them so much money where, hey, I got to charge you this because they charging me this. Now, if she put that gap on there, hey, you need to cap yourself down and make it for not just your brand, for everybody, even the lower class people that's trying to start their brand, so it can make it competitive. That's how the world evolves, being competitive with each other. That's when they see you being competitive, it's not about raising your prices. It's about the quality of the food also. It's about how much it's going to cost. So if more black-owned businesses selling the same thing is a Safeway, and their food is cheaper, that's where I'm going to go, to my black-owned business. But these people don't want that. They want to capitalize on it and monopolize on it, so black businesses can't do that.
All right, go ahead, Tom.
This is the whole thing. She's not, and she can't tell nobody what to sell their product for. Your product, your store, you set the prices within what is it? I guess acceptable norms. What she's saying is that this is price gouging. When during the pandemic, it was a toilet paper shortage. So the people who had toilet paper in their stores decided, fuck it. I'm not gonna charge you, say, go $3 a roll, or maybe even $5 a roll, which that's something else too. These motherfuckers was charging you $20, $30, $40, $50 for a roll of toilet paper. That's price gouging. She said, nah, you can't do that. If we're in the middle of a pandemic, a major storm, or blackout or something, and it's a
Yeah, you can't just start charging people over the top.
You can't charge a motherfucker 1,000 times what the fucking normal cost.
Exactly.
They'll take a $2 roll of toilet paper, and motherfuckers is paying like $50 to $100 for toilet paper. And you know, motherfuckers, somebody gonna have to pay it, or they want to get together and pay it because they need it.
Exactly. So you want
that's price gouging.
You want somebody to stop businesses from taking money from you, bruh. Unnecessary bread. Healthcare. You can't tell me these medicines cost what they charging us, bruh. They don't. You can go to Canada, it don't cost that much. Go to Australia, it don't cost them. Why here? They charge, they price gouging. They taking money, and the motherfuckers that own the company and shit got these parachutes leaving the motherfucking companies with the billions and billions of dollars that they don't need to have. Period. Like, she just capped this shit at $35 insulin, right? You know how much money they was charging before that? We talking about $2,000, $3,000 of insulin, bro. And you know what I'm saying? That's more money that you need to have for this shit. That's price gouging, bro. If you charge $3,000 and you could have it at 35 for real, like, what the fuck were you doing? That's a whole bunch of money you don't need, bro. And that's what she's saying. She got penalties for that type shit, bro, in her motherfucking plan. That's what,
you know, price gouging. This is the same thing for price. This is another thing. This is another thing for price gouging. Just like this, the actor who died off of Friends. You know, ketamine, the vials that he was paying for is cost $12, but they were charging him $2,000 for just one vial, when you can get it from the daggone doctor for $12.
That's the thing.
That's price gouging.
That's price gouging. Like, when something only costs $2,000 to make, and you charge me $1,500,000 to pay for it, then you bullshitting. All that money going where?
Exactly.
And that's
and that's why you have people over in foreign countries fighting for medicine for them people who says, like, why are y'all paying for this? Why is it costing so much? You should be able to spread it throughout the world so people won't die from hunger and disease and stuff like that. But Americans is having it so locked tight because they want to hold and make a profit off of it.
Go ahead, Creed.
Only way you can solve that is the free market, man. Listen, if you got a product and I got a product and we selling the same thing and I'm price gouging and you not, people is gonna flock to you. They're not gonna come to me, and they can come to you and get it cheaper for the same thing. They're not gonna come to me.
Stay right there. What if me and you and 3 other people get together, and then almost the whole corner is market now? Now what we talking about?
Well, now you're talking about a monopoly.
What we talking about is you going around and you paying for medicine 3 times than what it costs, no matter where you go, what company you go to. That's what's gonna happen.
Hey, did y'all hear when Trump was in office? He was talking about that. He was the first person that brought that up, bro. He was the first person to bring up medicine that we was paying way more than every other country.
What? He's trying to take away the Affordable Care Act. What are you talking about?
What's that? The Obamacare?
What did he say?
No, it's not the Obamacare. It's the Affordable Care Act.
All right, let's finish about
Obamacare.
Hold on.
Explain that.
When do you what? Wait.
Explain what?
Explain the affordable health care.
Oh, let's
45 million people that's using it right now and loving it right now.
Hold on.
That's Obamacare, right?
Okay, yeah.
It's not Obamacare.
It is, yeah.
It's called Affordable Care Act.
Hold on. But yeah, it's Obama. Yeah, it's Obamacare.
It's Obamacare.
Right? Now, Obamacare, right? Is something that you enroll in every year, right? The government give you plans, right? What Joe Biden has done and Camilla has made it so that government now can negotiate with these companies. So now it makes it hard for them to blow up the motherfucking cost of shit because the government gonna keep it low. That's something Republicans been fighting for decades. Do you like that or not, Creed? Was that a good thing?
It ain't happening like that, man.
Huh?
It's not happening like that.
Wait, what? Wait, hold. Wait. What ain't happening like that?
First of all, Obamacare and Medicare is two different things.
True.
Trump trying to get away with Obamacare. He said Medicare is cool.
Okay.
The difference between the the difference between the two.
I mean, Obamacare. Go ahead.
The difference between the two. Obamacare. First thing I'm gonna tell you, when I first discovered, when I didn't have insurance, I got taxed for not having insurance. That was directly from Obamacare.
True.
Before Obamacare, when I didn't have insurance and people had a Medicaid, I didn't get taxed for not having insurance. That's the first thing I didn't like about that. So it forced me to get insurance.
True.
Whether I wanted it or not, or I was gonna have to pay a tax for not having it. So okay, cool. Now, with Obamacare, our doctors get our coverage money every month. Regardless if you go to the doctors or not, they getting that money. With Medicaid, they only got the money once we went to the doctors. That's why it was more affordable than Obamacare. Obamacare, they get money every month. That $5,000 subsidy that was supposed to come to us for food, that shit go to them, to the doctors. They always getting rich. Now that's the difference. Medicaid, you only use, the doctors only get money when you have a problem. Obamacare, doctors get money regardless if you have a problem or not.
Okay.
So it's just making the doctors rich and the hospitals rich.
Wait.
Can I? Oh, you gonna do it?
Okay, hold on. Go ahead, John.
I see what you're saying about the doctors getting rich and everything, but
I don't understand how doctors getting rich. I'm lost on that.
Because they getting paid regardless if you whether go to them or not.
yeah, regardless if you get sick or whatever, they still get paid. They basically doctors now got a salary. That's basically what it is. They got a salary. That money coming through the doctors. So, but on the other hand, you still
I can't hear. Hold on real quick.
people out here that's
This microphone.
short and it costs what 3-4 million people to get insurance. So
Go ahead. No, what I'm saying is you have to have insurance. That's why I said you say it's forced you to do it. But if you don't have insurance, right, and everybody else the pool of Americans don't have insurance, that makes it motherfucking hard to make the prices low. So if you choose to not be involved, like everybody say, no, I ain't in Obamacare, that make it hard for the prices to get low. The whole goal of the ACA is for everybody to have coverage, everybody in America to have coverage. So the coverage itself be so low to pay for. That's the goal of it. You don't have to pay almost nothing if everybody was to be covered. Now, if you work somewhere, your job already give you coverage, so you don't worry about that, right? But if you lose that job, that's what the ACA for, right? If you work in the motherfucking you mechanic or something, that's what the ACA for. It's something there for you to make sure you have insurance, no matter what. Now, before it was hard for them to negotiate for prices on drugs and stuff, but now they can, which is different, which make it so they can't blow some of this shit up. They can't price gouge so much. And now in her motherfucking plans, she's saying she taxing them. She giving them motherfucking penalties for anybody to take advantage of situations as far as a hurricane or when a fucking pandemic and you raise your fucking shit up 200,000%. Now you see what I'm saying? And we can notice raising it up because the pandemic is over, motherfucker. The demand is not the same no more. Why are these fucking prices still the same? Is that price gouging or not? Now you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I understand what Creed's saying when he's saying, all right, people pay for this and you got to pay for that and the money is real tight. But at some point, when you're in tragedy, like for example, the pandemic, they raised their prices because they had to, right? Because shit wasn't coming overseas. The good things wasn't moving. So prices were higher. But they never went back down. You can't tell me the shit is the same as the pandemic right now, right? Shit is flowing. Why your prices still the same? That's the problem right there. Why would you not bring your prices back down? And that's what she's saying. That's all she's saying is to her, that's price gouging. You keeping the shit at pandemic levels when we nowhere near in that no more. Now you with me, Creed?
And another thing with that too, to back that up, is that with Medicaid and Obamacare,
Mhm.
Medicaid, yeah, you're right. You need help, there you go. But guess what? They're gonna charge you whatever they want. Now with Medicare, I got a deductible where if I go over once I go over $2,000, I ain't gotta pay for nothing no more. It pays for everything for me. But every time you go to the doctor for you broke your leg, now you gotta go to the doctor. That's gonna cost you because you gotta have surgery. So you gotta pay for that out of pocket, all that out of pocket yourself. You can get some type of deductible a little bit, but it's not gonna be much. They're gonna tax your ass. But on the with a Medicare, if I'm already over my 2,000 max, guess what? If I break my leg, they're gonna cover 98% of that. That's a big difference. Also, my medicine don't cost me nothing. I go there, the most I paid for a 4 month supply of anything, and they give me 4 months supply. They don't give me 1 month supply. They give me 4, 5, 6 months supply. I paid $30 for all that much supply. But when you go to the doctor, when you go to Medicare, they only give you enough for the ones that and they tell you, oh, you got 3 more refills in your bottle, and you got to come back to me and sign. But that's costing you more money out of your pocket with Medicaid. Don't get me wrong, Medicaid is good, but that's the difference between the two.
Tony can speak to the insulin and all that shit.
Back to what you were saying about the doctor. Sure, the doctors is getting that steady money that's coming from the ACA. That's steady money, but they also working for that money now, and they seeing more patients because the more people that go on the roads, yeah, sure, they getting a little bit more money, but they seeing more people now, and actually everybody getting paid for that. And as far as the price gouge go, look, I take instance. So I know that it costs for one violent incident, it costs less than $10 to make. So I get on a monthly, I get a pack with 5 vials. So that's $50 or less to make. So you would think, okay, even if you sell this product, you can get back $50 or more in profit and make your money. But if it costs for one package to cost less than 50 on the open market, or not even say the open market because they got the market corner, that box shouldn't cost $1,500. That's a lot of markup right there for something that costs $10
Man, I feel like
to make.
Go ahead, Creek.
Now, let me give you this, Tony. Let's say it costs $1,500 to sell, right? But they make it for 10. I don't know what comes in production costs, like how much it costs for the company, the building every month, the regulations every month, how much it costs for your employees, how much it costs to deliver this stuff, how much it costs to ship it off to different countries. Like like all that got to be factored in. Like,
True.
yes, you telling me how much it costs for the medicine, but how much it costs for me to have the workers.
That's true.
The place to make the medicine in.
Yeah. Well, I give you that, but why would it change? Why would that number change though? Right?
Because you got to factor in everything. Not just
So
the price of how much it costs me to make it. I got a price to cost in my employees, my energy bill. I got to factor in everything.
But the only thing that will
the cost to do business with other countries.
True.
Every country makes charge different.
True. But if we in a pandemic and your prices raised you gotta realize is inflation and all that comes from the goods is not enough demand for the goods that all the goods that you don't have enough demand for it.
I gotta disagree.
Huh?
Okay.
Inflation comes from government overspending. It's the same.
Wait, I'm talking about the factual inflation is you got too much goods and not enough people to buy. You don't have enough sales for it. That's what happened in the pandemic. We had so much shit coming over here, nobody to buy it. Because we was in the pandemic. That's why our inflation was at 10.
Listen, what you just said would drive prices down. If I got more product and I got more demand, I'm gonna start lowering my prices so I can get it gone. But if I got less I
No,
then I
no.
got more
Listen to what I'm
demand.
saying. Listen to what I'm saying. Hold on.
Go
Listen to
ahead.
what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying. It was a pandemic, right? So if the normal flow was coming overseas, the normal food and all that bullshit was coming over here, it shut down. It had to stop. That shit was still there though. That demand, all that shit was there, but there was no demand for it because we was in a pandemic. Even though it still was the same amount of goods out there. That's why it was inflation, because it was the same amount of goods, but there was no demand for it. That's how you get inflation.
That don't make no sense, man.
What do you mean?
That don't make no sense.
Other way around. It's the other way around. The other way around.
Yeah, it's the other way around. That's all I'm saying.
Be the other way around. Because when the
Brainstorm, Godfather.
hold on. Because when we was in a pandemic, all the goods had to shut down, right? Right or wrong?
Pandemic.
All goods had to shut down. Yeah, but it's closed. They closed. They closed the country. That's what they
Right?
did. They closed the country.
Hold on.
There wasn't nothing coming in.
Because nobody was moving anything.
Right.
Where was everything stuck at?
Okay,
You still had the shit there
On the
though.
ships.
Bro.
On the ships. Yeah.
All the goods were still there, but you had no demand for it because we was in a pandemic. That's what inflation. That's why when Trump was president, inflation was 9%. What the fuck are you talking about?
That was Biden first year when inflation went to 9%.
Huh?
Oh, stop. Hold on. Don't move off this.
Yeah. Let's stick to this conversation. You
Stay right here. Hold on. Stay here. 9% when Trump left office. 9.1 when he was in office. That was because of the pandemic. Right? Do we agree on that? Right? It was that high because of the pandemic. Yes or no?
Yeah. I give you that.
All right. And the only reason it was high because all those goods was still overseas, but there was no demand for it. They still had all that shit overseas that was supposed to be coming here before the shutdown. Right? Do we agree on that?
I get that part. You killing me
All
on
right,
the no demand part. It's always demand for it.
How was demand? We were all in the house. Shit was shut down. You ain't need no gas. We need gas. Nobody needed gas. No buses needed gas. Right? No cars needed gas. We was in the fucking house. Where you needed money? What was this going? What you doing? What are the demands for?
Oh, people still eating though.
You was eating. That was
Still
it.
eating. People still was buying clothes. They were still doing everything. They were just ordering
You
offline.
was locked down. You wasn't buying clothes. You wasn't buying cars. You wasn't buying houses.
Listen, Amazon made the most money.
You was not buying houses, cars, right?
Huh?
Yes or no? Were you buying houses and cars in the pandemic?
I wasn't, but I'm pretty sure they was.
Nobody's buying a house and a car in the pandemic,
You
bro.
always locked in the house. You couldn't go outside.
Damn.
Bro, y'all telling me y'all stayed in the house that whole time? Y'all ain't go do.
So where all the cars that was made in the semi lines
I'm asking y'all.
before we shut down, where they was at?
Listen to me. Did y'all stay in that house that whole pandemic?
What?
Did y'all stay in the house the whole pandemic?
Wait,
Y'all didn't go nowhere.
We supposed to be shut down. We shut down. The government shut us down. We wasn't supposed to go out. Remember? You was gonna get fined if you go out and do some dumb shit. Remember that?
Hey, people were still clubbing at the clubs
You
during
can
the pandemic.
still do it. That's cool, but we wasn't supposed to be out there, right? So
But we was out
demand.
there, though.
So what was the demand for liquor? What was the demand for gas?
Demand for
It was
liquor
no
was sky
demand
high.
for all that.
It was demand for liquor.
Come on,
Demand
man.
for liquor was sky high because nobody
It's
was
not
doing
the
nothing.
same
Y'all
as
handled the
everybody.
Okay,
You're not-
okay, I see.
Bro. It's not making
Okay,
sense.
listen.
The
Okay,
same
this
as
is.
like out and about partying, bro. It's not.
I see.
Demand,
I,
listen,
Come
hey,
on,
listen,
bro. What
hey,
are you
listen.
talking about?
I see what he said. I see what he said.
Stay on
I
fact.
see what he said. Let me break it down for a little bit. Let me see. I see where Rabbit coming from. He said since there wasn't no demand, we was all locked in and stuff wasn't moving from the ports and stuff. As soon as they got in stores, they raised the prices up. So
Exactly.
we can buy them right then and there
All that demand,
at
all
that
the
price.
in stores. price
That's what the demand for.
Do
They
we
changed the
agree
prices of it to go up.
that cereal is too fucking high? All that shit is too high. Those pandemic prices. Why are you
Yeah.
still doing it when that shit is over?
Yeah.
So can we
Hey,
agree? They raising prices for no reason.
Hey, but
When
you
that-
gotta ask your people who in office now. This is my whole thing. We
See, now
complaining
you
about
want-
something. They in office right
Okay.
now.
Okay. Nobody the people in the office can't do nothing because the people in the house won't sign no bills. The
Hold
people
on.
in the house
Get
won't
off of
pass
that
no
then.
bills.
If you
Okay,
can't get it
stop
passed,
here.
Hold on.
listen. If
Hold
you
on,
can't
hold
get
Get
it
it passed
passed,
because the Republicans in the House who have to send it to the Senate won't do no damn work.
Wait,
Let's
one
talk
thing
about them.
whole time, Creed. We ain't blame Trump on nothing, did we? We just talked about facts, did we?
It's facts.
Even though
Nothing can get done because the House won't do no damn work. Because they fucking Republicans and they dumb.
even though we can go in a long line of shit that Trump fucked up, right? We didn't do that. We didn't blame him for nothing, did we? we just dialoguing this joint right here. Like you hold on. You see things different from us. We want dialogue and see a common ground. We might be wrong. You feel me?
Listen,
Go ahead.
because I like to break it down to like a hood level. Let's say you the weed man. Listen. Let's say you the weed man, right?
Mm-hmm.
You sitting down 10 pounds, but you can't get it off. So you think you're gonna get it off by raising your prices, or you lower your prices?
All right. Now you just now you doing my thing.
Yeah, let's break it down.
Now, all right. Let's like you just said. Let's say if I got 2 pounds, right? 2 pounds of weed and a Kia Coke, right? The feds raid the whole city, right? Before I get to do anything, I ain't get to give nobody shit. I got all this shit in my fucking possession now, right? Right or wrong?
Right.
Now I gotta wait till things cool out, but I have all this shit on me, right? Right? It's plenty of demand, but I can't get it to them, right? I can raise my prices, right? And you'll still get my shit because it's high demand. Are you with me now? Since you went in the drug world,
I would give you that. Like,
right? So now you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, like if I still want it, I'm just suffering because it's not around. Yeah, of course you can raise
Exactly.
it up. Once
So
it finally
if
hit.
you fuck right now, I can give you a motherfucker 20 piece for $50. You'll take the shit because it's high demand. It's
If you're the only one with the 20 piece,
Thank
of
you.
course. But if I could go around the corner and get the 20 piece,
But you're not
$5,
sure about the corner. You're not
I'm
sure
doing
about
that.
the corner though.
Huh?
The round the corner is not really sure though. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead, John.
Long and short, that whole conversation. And with the stuff that they're doing in the pandemic, prices was gonna get jacked up.
I can't hear Tony.
Can you hear me now?
Good.
Now his mic is too low.
Turn the mic up. It's like this. Everybody expected during the pandemic that when supplies got low, prices was going to go up. You knew that. That's in some ways a smart business. But when shit like you couldn't get no bread, you couldn't get no toilet paper, you couldn't get this basic shit you need to be in the house, especially with other people, you had food shortages. That's how the price of chicken wings went up. And when you can't get this shit and the prices went up, that was cool. Even though some people gouge and overprice some shit, what Democrats are saying is that once the pandemic was over and the economy started to recover,
Exactly.
shit did not go back down.
Exactly. Now you with me. Yeah.
Pre-pandemic levels.
Thank you.
Close to pre-pandemic.
Thank you.
Levels. And so
that's the problem. All that money right there, you gouging that. That's the problem.
Yeah, because she said it today. She said that when the pandemic was here, we didn't. Our exports and stuff was bad, but right now our exports are the best in the world right now. So why is prices still so high?
Yeah, exactly.
She said out her own mouth.
That's what we trying to say. Really, that's what Camilla trying to say.
That's what she said out her own mouth.
I would have to know all the information. I got to know all the information why the price is so high. Like, not just because you're telling me this. Like, why though? Like, I want to know.
But Trump is saying this. Trump is saying Biden calls us. Did you investigate when Biden said when Trump said Biden did this, Biden did this coming out? Did you investigate?
All the time.
So if you investigate that there's been price gouging the whole time. So you got to investigate. You got to do your true investigation, because if you have to break it down the investigation to you, your investigation is based on what he talked about. And that was the true facts.
Listen to me, Godfather. I'm the one that feel like the free market can handle price gouging. Like I say, if you price gouging and it's unfair, I'm not coming to you. And I hope majority of the people don't come to you. Especially if you have other options. Competition solves all that.
Look, I get you on that right there.
Regulations for people like me and you could jump on the game.
I feel you. But the only problem with that is if me, my brother, Tony, we all was in this game together. We can collaborate and make sure the prices are high in the same area. And where you going?
So this is what I'm saying about regulations, though. That's why I want to take away the regulations to allow more competition. That way, it's not just you and your homeboys and that. Now it's me and my boys, and we come in way much cheaper.
Okay. You didn't hear her speech.
That's like the
She said that part in her speech. So I had to bring her speech down and give it to you for that part.
Let me say one more thing. Let me say one more thing.
Go ahead.
All right. That's like dispensaries, right? Now before dispensaries, we had what? We had trap houses and people on the corners and shit, right?
Yeah.
So now with dispensary done did to change up the game, they got regulations. You need so much amount of money to open up a dispensary to be in compliance. And then you can open it up only in certain places. Like you can't have 2 dispensaries in one location, damn near, right? Yeah. And then it costs you so much money to open up a dispensary because of the regulations. So that way, me and you, let's say we've been selling weed for 20 years, but I still can't jump in the game because of these regulations. So now the only people that can do it are the wealthy.
Oh yeah, that's
taking away.
With you on that. But you gotta think. But guess who did that? But guess who did that though? A Republican did that. Because guess who?
Hell no.
I'm gonna tell you why a Republican did it. Because for the DeSantis to win his seat, the man who was harvesting the daggone marijuana plants in his country in Florida said, I will back your claim if you make marijuana legal in Florida. And that's exactly what he did. When he did that, that's when all the regulations came down off of Republicans.
Now, this right here, wait, this right here, I get what you're saying, Creed, right? Because I sold dope for a living and weed. And I get what you're saying. As you look now, people just get to do it, but it's harder for you to do it now. Like you gotta go through all these hoops and shit, legal things and shit. At first, you just walk outside and sell that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, what the fuck? And white people just took over the shit and got regulations in the shit. Like that right there is not a Republican and Democrat thing, though. That's what I think Godfather trying to say.
Well, Godfather trying to say it's a Republican thing because Florida did it. But hold on.
Republican thing,
weed was legal in California way before Florida. And that's a Democratic state.
But the regulations wasn't enforced like they are in Florida. And Florida made it. They copied it. They try to copy Florida ones in almost in every state because they wanted to make sure they controlled it at a certain level to make sure that they was profiting.
I get what you're saying.
Oh yeah, well,
that's one thing. Me and you definitely gonna agree on. I don't like the fact that they took that shit out of our hoods and then they put it in Wall Street and whatever the fuck now, weed and all that shit. You got white men and white women, fucking house ladies selling the weed now and shit. You locking me the fuck up, chase me around the chase my ass down the street. Fuck wrong. Yeah, they did. Well, I wasn't there with the liquor joint. I was there with the weed and coke. They switched up on me. True.
We got to get our cuts on that.
And
they did the same thing with liquor. They was making
True. But I wasn't there during the liquor transition time, right? I was here during the weed when you took the weed out of my hands and locked me the fuck up and gave it to the white man, put it on Wall Street. Like that's some bitch shit. Like you told me I was bad for selling this shit. How you good? Like what type of shit is that? But hey, before we get out of here though, I just want y'all to check out just one joint right here before we leave, right? It's a thing that I have a problem with is the Trump followers, right? They don't want to say Camilla's name right. Why is that? What is that about? And that came from Trump.
You just said it wrong.
Camilla?
Is it Kamala? Is Kamala? Kamala?
No, man, it's Kamala. It's Kamala with a calm.
Oh, okay,
Kamala. Yeah, Kamala. Let's get it right on this podcast. Kamala.
You said Camilla.
I said Kamala.
Okay, I got
it. Ain't no Camillas.
I got
Camilla? No, Kamala with a calm.
Don't call her Camilla.
Like with a calm. Hey, but hold up. It's a joint on here. Like, I don't know, you know this lady right here. She Republican. Her man might Creed might know her. Nation Mates, you know her?
I think she's Trump. She's one of Trump little bugs she put on CNN.
Man, she went on CNN, man, and bruh, it was on fire. She went on that joint, started calling young and all types of names. I can call it what the fuck I want to call it. Niggas like, what? The problem was it was 2 black men on this panel. I think that's the only reason why this thing blew up. You know what I'm saying?
Jobs going to migrants. You can't even have 100% of jobs, of new jobs going to migrants. It's not only mathematically impossible, it's just plain stupid. And how does this guy get taken seriously? How is it that he is a presidential candidate for the highest office in our country when he can't even complete a press conference without spewing lies and misinformation and obvious falsehoods?
Well, if you want to talk about misinformation.
Before she defend him, I'm gonna let Creed. Creed, you defend his lies? Do he lie? Do Trump lie? You gonna let that go?
He gotta keep going. He ain't say nothing yet. Keep
I know. Hold on. Before she about to defend Trump. Before she defend Trump, I want to ask you: do Trump lie?
Do we? I don't know, bro. I don't think he lied like that. Everything that he said, bro, he done proven it, bro.
All right, here we go.
Information.
You don't watch TV, bro.
Talk about Kamala Harris's Google ads, like literally taking headlines from mainstream media and rewriting them, which should be against Google ads policies. But what's stupid is allowing people, criminals, to go into stores in California and not being able to arrest them unless it's $900 or $950 and more.
The problem
And
is that's not actually what's true.
And you see
That's not
videos
actually
of
what the
people
law is.
going into stores in these blue cities and blue states, stealing merchandise and not being stopped. We've all.
That's the thing that's really irritating about the people that follow Trump. It's like you going off a lie and somebody can't debate that. They got to tell you that's a lie first. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Exactly.
it's like you got to say that's not true first. I can't debate you with that because that's not even true.
It's not even answering the question. It's not even answering the question for it start.
We ain't get to that yet. Trust me. Just watch her, bro.
Seen these videos.
So
But
should Donald Trump not be allowed to go into a store because he's a convicted
Well,
criminal?
I don't think anybody at this table should be surprised that Donald Trump stood up for 45 minutes, an hour or more, taking questions, giving a speech. Because if you're holding your breath for an Oscar nod, that he did that. Don't hold your breath because no one's going to believe you. This is what he does. He stands, he gives speeches, he takes the questions, he gives the answers. And to date, more than 3 weeks in, Kamala Harris hasn't given a single interview. She hasn't come on your program. She's not answering questions.
Before he defended her. Let's talk about that for a minute. Do y'all agree? Yes or no? We're gonna go around the panel. We're gonna start with Creed. Do you think that Kamala Harris? Do you think she have to have a motherfucking press conference or something already, or whatever?
Yeah, for sure. I want to hear her policies. I want to hear her answer the tough questions too. Like what the hell she been doing for the past 3.5 years. Yeah, I would like to know that. Now, my personally, it only helps for the people who's undecided. Now, if she's looking for the undecided voters, of course you need to get out there and start talking. But people like on the panel, of course, y'all gonna vote for her regardless because she's black. But people that looking way past that, yeah, she gonna have to talk. Because if she don't, ain't nobody gonna vote for her.
Okay.
But the people that's gonna vote for her, like I don't vote for Trump because he got good hair. I vote for Trump because I like the things he say. Bro, I would vote for
his lies. Why did he like the lies he say?
What do you think about that?
Lies, though. Name one lie.
Okay.
Name one lie.
Say name.
Okay. Okay. I guess Creed don't watch TV. My thing is this. It's not about what I get. It's not about Creed. Do you have kids, Creed?
He didn't say that.
I got two.
Because if you would think about your kid's when if you got a girl, she would no longer be able to have a right to vote. She would no longer be able to take care of her own body. You can't even tell what she can do with her own body.
True.
Okay, that's your child. You don't lost a right that you had, a right that your mama had, a right that your grandmother them fought for.
So hold on.
What do you feel about abortion? Like he just said.
Listen, when Donald Trump is talking about abortion, he never said he's going to abolish abortion, man. He always said I'm going to give it back to the states. Each state can make their own decision.
Why does state need to determine? Why does state need to determine a woman's body? Why does state need to determine what goes on with a woman's body? They don't wash that woman's body. They don't give birth. They don't have sex.
Well, how can a government tell somebody what to do with their body? How can a state tell somebody what to do with their body?
It's the
All right,
same
hold
thing
on,
with
hold on.
hold on.
Let's
No,
take,
it's no
It's
such
the same
thing.
thing with the
hold on.
federal government telling you that you can do it.
Okay, all right.
It's the same
Damn.
thing whether the government telling
That's
you
because
can't or
that's
you
because
can.
the man trying to tell you this is their world. They don't want to see that have nothing. So that's
Yo,
how you feel. So you have a daughter and shit happens to your daughter. Now
Wait.
you fucked up in America. You can't get her. She can't get an abortion because the law says she can't get. Because the state says she can't get an abortion.
Wait.
That's your fact. And then your child is about to die because she didn't get rid of an infant. She didn't get rid of a fetus. And
See,
she
now,
can't get rid of your
now
child. Now your child about to die.
All
That's
right,
false
now.
Now your
information right
child
there.
about to die.
That's false information right there. They both sides.
What?
did
That's no
agree
false
on the
information. It's
Hold on.
happened. It's
I'm gonna let you
happened.
talk.
It's happened 3 times.
I'm gonna let you talk, bro.
Let me respond.
Both sides agree on exceptions, as far as rape, incest,
I got you. Hold on.
the death of the mother. Those are the only three I can think of right now. Incest,
Arizona.
rape, and
Okay.
and the health care of the mother. If the
Mhm.
mother life is in
Arizona.
danger, those are
Hold on,
exceptions.
hold on.
No.
You can't just have a baby
Arizona
because
law.
you fuck
Hold on.
you because you had
Arizona
sex
law
with the.
is stated
Go ahead.
1864, bro. 1864.
All right, hold on.
The law is stated
Wait.
1864.
I need
2020, bro.
hold on.
24.
Hold on. Before we go any further, everybody understand what we're saying is Trump put on Supreme Court judges who overturned Roe v. Wade. Right now, it's going to the states, which Creed say is cool, right? So states are making their own decisions, right? So you have states like Alabama, you can't do shit there, and Phoenix and stuff like that. You have different states. Maryland, people in Maryland, people in DC, people in New York don't even know this is happening. Be honest with you. Women in our states don't even know this shit is going on. That's why I know America itself got to be informed because it's women in Kentucky, it's women in motherfucking Louisiana that's suffering right now, bro. And it's like it's half of America being told you can't do what you want to do with your body. Not only that, I don't give a fuck if you get raped or if your fucking uncle fuck you. I don't give a fuck. You gonna have that baby, and that's it. God damn it, that's it. That's the law. And I don't think the whole country want to go by that. And that's why women are fleeing from those states to these states that ain't having that type of bullshit. But the women that's in these states that doesn't do that, they don't even know this going on in America. You feel me? That shit is normal. They can get abortion tomorrow if they feel like it. It's just not a problem for them. But if you move to Kentucky, your life is going into hell. If you move your ass to Alabama, shit turns upside down. When the doctors start looking at you like, I'm gonna give you this aspirin, call you in the morning, and you bleed the fuck out. That's reality right now, though. Like,
true.
That's in some states where they will lock the doctor up for trying to save somebody's life. And a woman going that joint bleeding half to death, about to die, they can't do shit but send her home. Like, what type of America is that? I don't give a fuck if it's abortion or not, bro. It's healthcare. At some point.
It's been 3 cases so far. 1 in Alabama and 2 in Texas. Matter of fact, it's been going to the Supreme Court. I don't know what news you be watching. It's been in the Supreme Court right now because right now a woman was about to die in Texas because the lower court said she can have the abortion, but the senator said because the governor said no, she can't have the abortion, so he had to go to the Supreme Court because the governor said you cannot have the abortion, even though the court said yeah, go ahead and do it. The governor said no, she cannot do it, so they had to stop the abortion.
And then most people in some of these states are just dying, so you gotta be careful with this abortion. This abortion thing is gonna be a huge thing when it's time to vote, bro. Because half of America is half of the United States women are being suppressed right now. They ain't got their own choice. Let's say if you get raped as a woman in Kentucky, right, or wherever these states at, and they got this 1800 law, you got raped once, right? That was against your decision. You ain't even want to fuck that dude, right? And now the motherfuckers tell you have a baby you don't want. So that's 2 decisions that's out of the woman's hand. What type of shit is that? That's the problem I got with this whole thing, Creed. It has no it takes it out of the woman's hands. Like, I ain't got nothing to do with that bitch do. I don't give a fuck what she do.
It's her right to
John,
do what
you said one thing right.
All right, go ahead.
What it's gonna happen is it's gonna force people to migrate to the places where
Yeah.
their morals lie at. That's what's happening right now. We got half the country who agree on stuff and the other half don't. So what's about to happen is people is gonna flee to the state where their best lives, where their morals at.
Okay.
No, it's gonna be. I don't agree with that. It's gonna be a civil war because people are not gonna want to move to nowhere else for a divided country. That's a divided country even more.
Hold on. Do you think, Creek, let me ask you this. Do you think somebody from Pennsylvania or Maryland will move to Kentucky, a female?
If they really care about,
or is the other way around? So you saying somebody just living in Maryland right now, their morals will make them move to one of those states that's taking their rights away, right? That what you're saying?
No, if they state they in now is taking their rights away, they will move to a state that give them the rights.
All right, so you're not saying that if it's a girl that's in one of these states that's not doing none of that, they will move to a state that's doing that because they're more.
No,
right.
why would they do that? You're gonna stay where you at if that's what you like.
Okay, but then guess what? That state loses the mighty dollar because the more people move out, people are not moving in. That's money the state is losing.
Yeah,
so the state is not going to be. So then you're gonna have a state where you can have all blue states and just one little center of red because everybody gonna migrate out to the other states that's gonna have it. You're gonna have more blue people, more blue states populated.
It's almost similar.
Again, you all you do is segregate in the world, and all you do is segregate in the world when you do that. And then guess what? Not only that's going to happen, he also talking about taking away Civil Rights Act. Then what? Then now you can't vote as a black man while you sitting here defending him. Now your rights is taken away because you can't vote when it's time for that. Because he said, guess what? Ain't gonna be no more vote.
Like
he
I
has
said, bro, that's
70.
like
He has over 70
they never
elections
said none of
in
this stuff,
every
bro.
state. Huh?
Say it again.
That's like fear mongering, bro. They never said none of this stuff, man. I don't know what y'all listening to,
Huh?
but they never said that they're gonna take my votes away.
Bro, my TV stay on CNN, bro. Look, my TV stays on CNN.
Man, I don't watch CNN. Man, I do. I watch
That's what you
all
need to
news
watch.
channels,
You
right?
need that Fox alone.
Say it again.
But
What do
I
you
don't
watch?
believe CNN. Huh?
You watch Fox and what else?
Well, if I'm watching the main news,
What's that?
of course, Fox is where I would, want to hear something that I agree with. Now, if I just want to hear all this stuff,
He owns Fox.
Huh?
He owns Fox.
Who owns Fox?
Him and that Fox, the people who own Fox, the mogul of Fox News support his campaign. He gives him money for his campaign. That's why he always jumps to Fox. That's why he want to do everything on Fox because that man supports everything he says, all the lies and everything else. So if you go to Channel 9, Channel NBC, CNN, MSNBC, you will see a whole different world besides Fox. So your eyes will open up to a whole.
He's saying
all that, brother. I listen to all that.
You don't listen to it. You can't listen to all that because you'll see the fact that everything that Fox is saying is a lie.
No,
because everybody else saying the truth. So you like all other news stations around Fox is telling lies, but Fox is the only one telling the fucking truth. It doesn't make sense. If somebody told me in school when everything else is right and one person is not right, something don't make sense.
Hey, I would never say none of these news channels is 100% correct. Even Trump said he don't. Fox sometimes be saying lies too. So it's not like I trust. Listen, I get most of my news from the internet. I listen to brothers like you. I go to somebody else's channel. I listen to everything, and then I look at the world. Then I be like, oh, well this mostly resembles what Tony said. Oh, this resembles what Jones said. Oh, now I see what Godfather talking about. So I'm listening to everything. But now when I'm just saying like, oh, everything this man is saying is coming to fruition. Like, yes, that's what I believe that's the truth.
I got you.
I just don't take your word.
Okay.
I gotta take your word and then I gotta see it.
Shit.
Great.
Go ahead, Tom.
Can't hear him.
Yeah, I can't hear Tony. Give me your mic.
Yeah. Can't hear you either, right? Nah. You can't hear Tony at all.
At all. He might as well stop talking.
See, talking to you, Creed, it's like talking to my friend, my other friend Manny. He's from Detroit, and me and him go at this all the time too. And it's like, I be like, I understand now. I understand why Detroit is so hard to see reality sometimes. I do, because it's like I understand y'all. I understand where y'all coming from, but you can't really say everything. Like right now, he says he talked about immigration, blah, 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 blah. He put more time on immigration, but today CNN is showing a lot. They showed a live broadcast from the daggone border. It's damn near empty. Oh, it's a border crisis, but the border crisis has dropped since he left presidency. Every year since Biden has been in signed an executive order, it has dropped to damn near what last month it was what maybe 65,000 that I got through last month. The month before that 84,000. So it has been coming down every month since he signed an executive order. So man, I don't understand why it's a crisis. But then again, the Republicans, it was a bi-neutral bill that the Republicans draft. The Republican governor from Oklahoma, he drafted himself, gave it to them to sign, and they was ready to push it through until he tells them no, it's a bad deal. But what deal does he have to do? What deal does Trump have to put on the border? Because he has no goal. Oh, he said Mexico going to pay for the wall. Mexico ain't paid for nothing yet. Who paying for the wall? We are out of our tax money because he'll give all the billionaires. And guess who? The billionaires the money, and guess what? The billionaire that's going to get the wall done is going to get the most money. That's why I say it's the stuff that y'all. I don't understand what y'all not seeing. That I just say, see, when you take away my kids' rights, that's not have. I have a daughter. I have 3 granddaughters. You take away their rights, that's a problem for me. It is. They're telling me they can't have the freedom that my mama had, that my grandmother fought to get. That's a problem for me. I have 3, and then you talk about being racial. My kids are bilingual. My kids are Salvadorian and black. So again, that's a problem for me.
I know. You gotta realize, like, when me and Tony be on this joint, be saying we got skins on the wall and stuff like that. Like, it's a lot of issues that are me, him, and body, and our family and body. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of issues that hit us head on. You know what I'm saying? So when you start talking about immigration, gun violence, education, drugs, whatever you talk about, it touches real directly. You know what I'm saying? That's why some of this politics shit get emotional. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we like doing this shit, be honest with you, because we like to get the facts out most of the time. And then get emotional after that. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, I appreciate you a whole lot, man. My man coming on this joint for show. Coming on this joint, giving the other look at this joint. Like, we like to have that conversation so we can come to some type of, you know what I'm saying, agreement in that. It's not nothing you could argue and shit about. Like, MAGA like to argue. Like most AGAs not like him too. I noticed that. They like to argue no matter what. Shit, they don't listen to none of that. Like, we have a dialogue here. I like having that. At least you come on this joint, we have a dialogue. You listen and shit. Then we listen to the hell you saying. You know what I'm saying? That's what's up though. Like, you either agree after that or not. Like, we had a conversation. You can take it a lot with you. We can take a lot with us. You know what I'm saying? It ain't gotta be no disagreement. You know what I'm saying? Y'all got something to say with y'all here though, Godfather? And what you want to Creed? You got something to say with y'all here?
Man, Donald Trump 2024, man. Register to vote, man. Get out there and vote.
Hey, we're gonna get you to stop saying that for one day. That's what I'm saying, Godfather.
Nice to meet you, Creed. Today, one of my sons celebrated his 21st birthday.
Oh, happy birthday.
That's what's up.
Yeah, so man, 21st. Like, I got one more to go. One more.
Man, you old as shit, bro.
What else?
It's old, brother. You got something to say with y'all here though? You can't.
God damn it, Tony.
He can hear you, bro. Yeah, go ahead.
Man, just give a heart sign.
talking about
You know?
politics coming from a view of the streets. You know what I'm saying, dog? We're not coming from professional view. We're not lawyers. None of that shit that's on TV. You know what I'm saying? We come straight from the hood. We the hood view. You know?
Democratic Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett of Dallas. Thank you so much and welcome back to Ion Politics.
Absolutely.
So since we last spoke, the House Republicans passed what President Trump calls his, quote, big, beautiful bill, tax cuts, spending cuts.
Yeah.
Your reaction?
It's a disaster for the American people. And when I say American people, while you just introduced me as a Democratic representative, at the end of the day, when you look at my title, it's just U.S. representative. And this is a disaster for anyone who is not from the top 1%. They decided that they would throw a few crumbs in there to make people believe that they were doing something great for them as it relates to the tax side of this reconciliation bill, the kind of idea of no tax on tips and things like that. It's more so a game. The reality is that we are looking at approximately 14 million people that may lose their health care. And last time I checked, most people that are struggling with health care, whether they have it or don't, those bills are usually a little bit bigger than the average tax bill, that is for sure. Or those people that are relying on things such as SNAP benefits. The amount of people that are going to go hungry, unfortunately, we have a hunger issue in this country in the first place. And SNAP is literally short for Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, right? It is supplemental. And the way that the federal government sees that is that $6 a day is enough to supplement you per person. And we know in reality that it's not. So the idea that you would go through and you would like gut critical things that literally people rely on to live, also that say maybe somebody can go and buy yet another jet or another yacht. It just doesn't seem right because it isn't right. This is literally a reverse Robin Hood of literally stealing from those that need resources the most and giving it to those that are rich.
So I've heard Republicans say that all the Democrats who voted against this voted to raise everybody's taxes. What do you say to that?
I say it's a lie and it's a game. Here's the deal. You had every Democrat lockstep recognizing that this was going to inflict harm. And so they voted against it. And we know that this was just about taking care of the billionaires. It's a billionaire tax scam. But you also had Republicans that didn't vote for it in the House. You had 2 Republicans that decided to vote with the Democrats. And then you had another Republican that, in my opinion, most likely they got to and said, just don't tank the bill, right? And so that Republican voted present. So you still had 3 Republicans that didn't vote for the bill. Now, mind you, they have a 3-person majority. And unfortunately, we've lost 3 colleagues. So that's 6 people, right? That literally they got freebies on. Not to mention you had 2 people that missed the vote on the Republican side completely. Now they're claiming they were asleep or whatever. And yes, we were doing this during the wee hours of the night. And I say that that tells the entire story. In fact, that frames the story. The fact that if it was this big, beautiful thing, you would want everybody to see it. You would want to celebrate it. You would want to have it plastered everywhere. And listen, if there's one thing that these people know, they know media. This is why, in fact, that's the only thing they know. This is why this cabinet is full of media personalities instead of people that are actually qualified to do their jobs. But they decided they didn't want to do it in the daylight because they didn't want the American people to see it. And there would be no reason for Trump to have to call them in to the White House to try to twist their arms if it was just so great. So yes, they may have their talking points together, but as we are on recess this week, both the House and the Senate, and people are starting to dig through all the things that are in there and seeing some of the fine print, some of the things that they absolutely threw in there. One of the things that hasn't been talked about is the fact that there are monies that were put into this bill so that on average for every ICE officer, there is a bonus of $42,000. So at the same time that you want to potentially give each ICE officer a $42,000 bonus on top of their salary, you have people saying, you know what, I can't afford groceries even with SNAP. Now we're just going to go ahead and take away SNAP benefits to the tune of $330 billion. What's going to happen to those farmers in rural America? The ones that were trying to plant and plan for people to go out and buy this food. The money doesn't just somehow magically appear because you removed it out of the ecosystem.
I want to ask you about Medicaid cuts because I've asked the Republican members of Congress a lot about this. And what they tell me is the growth of the program was just getting out of control. And they say that they wanted to rein it in because people should work, able-bodied people should be working, and they're just getting the benefits. And they want to focus more on pregnant women, low income, and disabled. So what do you say to that?
I say that they are really good at spinning it. I'm going to diverge for just a second.
All right.
The last time we talked, you asked me about Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security. You asked me about SNAP. You asked me about these things.
Absolutely.
And you told me that they said that the Democrats were not telling the truth. Well, here we are. And at least the House version of the bill has these cuts, and now they're having to talk about it. So I say, just go and look at their record for telling the truth or not. They lied before, they're lying now, okay?
So
they
what
said that
they're
there weren't.
saying is not true.
It is not true. What it is they have decided that they need to somehow figure out how they are going to bring in some of the spending. And I say it that way, and the reason that I hesitate is because of this. You dealt with three main committees in this bill. Let me just break it down that way. There's a lot of other, we all went through our markups, but there's three main committees. You dealt with Ways and Means that deals with all the taxation, which also is our income. That's where we get our money from, right? So your income tax rate is determined that way. That's how we know how much money we're going to have coming in, okay? Then they dealt with the Agriculture Committee, which is where the SNAP benefits ended up being depleted. And then they dealt with Energy and Commerce, which is where they dealt with the Medicaid. And they kept saying, they lied. And it was like, no, in the House resolution budget, or the House budget resolution that was passed when y'all were saying it, like, the only place you could get the cuts is if you went to Medicaid. They lied and said they're not going to Medicaid. They went to Medicaid, right? And the thing is, they are trying to use that to justify the tax cuts that they have built in for the ultra wealthy. But here's the problem, Jack. They still got to raise the debt ceiling because it's not a one-to-one. So just imagine that you make $100,000 a year, right? And you're saying, you know what? I'm going to reduce my income. I don't want to make $100,000 anymore. Let's drop this down to $50,000 a year. But my bills, right? My bills were set out and they actually probably were still going over that $100,000 a year, right? But now it's like, well, I got to cut it down so it's not so bad. So they decide, you know what? We're going to go ahead and cut down some of our bills, which is what they did. And one of our largest bills is Medicaid. That is absolutely true. So they decided, let us just go ahead and take an axe to Medicaid. Okay. So they did that. But here's the problem. They still have bills that are over the 50,000. So they just didn't want to make it seem like it was that bad. So really true fiscal conservative Republicans are like, I can't vote for this because you still want to raise the debt ceiling $5 trillion. So here's the deal. You ended up cutting everybody off their health care. You're cutting people off of access to food. And at the end of the day, you still don't have anything to show for it because you still are like, wait a minute, let's raise the debt ceiling. So why is it that we're inflicting all this harm? If we're going to raise the debt ceiling anyway, go ahead and let people have health care. But they don't want to do that. And so if they really wanted to be serious about this, we will be having conversations about defense and defense spending. And we would talk about the fact that they are now trying to raise the spending in defense to $1 trillion. Every single budget, we are constantly pushing up the numbers for defense. But you know who can't pass a clean audit? Defense. They have failed the last 7 audits that they've had. Now you tell me, if I keep failing audits and I go to the bank and say, I need more and more and more, do you think they're going to give it to me? They're not. But that's exactly what they're doing. And you can go and find more and more of the big dollar items, right? Like right now, they've decided to go after something that they went after the penny candy, right? $6 per person for SNAP benefits, instead of going after that fancy dress that you would go get from Neiman Marcus. That is what they have decided. So they're like, well, let's get all the pennies together and let's cut a whole bunch of people, when you could just say, you know what? You don't get this fancy dress over here. That's what they should do. And that's what defense is.
I was just going to ask you, but this is the first time defense spending has actually gone up. It's been cut under the Biden administration.
It went up for sure. One of the things that we dealt with when we were trying to get the debt ceiling raised before under Biden, but Republicans controlled the House, is in that negotiation, when we were dealing with the debt ceiling, they decided to deal with the budget itself in that moment, which was really conflating the two issues because they were separate. And one of the agreements was we will raise the debt ceiling so long as you raise defense spending, which his budget proposal actually raised it as well. Not as aggressively, for sure. And there was a provision if we didn't meet certain timelines, that there would be these little cuts. And we did miss some of those deadlines. So I don't know what the net result ultimately ended up being, but there was an agreement that actually gave them more and gave non-defense less.
How concerned are you that President Trump has, or the White House has said, rescission cuts are coming? In other words, taking spending that Congress already approved previously in previous terms, i.e. the Green Energy Inflation Reduction Act monies, they're going to rescind those. They want to take that money back to help pay for presumably the tax cuts. Your thoughts on that?
And I'm obviously against it. Here's the deal. I have been talking to my cities and my counties for some time, actually before he swore in. And I knew that this was a possibility because they had been trying to do it. I remember when we were sitting in agriculture and we were trying to get through the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill is still is behind. We are on year 3 of being behind right now on the Farm Bill. I remember sitting in agriculture and they wanted to claw back a lot of the Inflation Reduction Act dollars that came within our purview then. And they were like, oh, well, if we claw this back, then we can do this over here. And I was like, no, it's been passed into law and these programs are working. And so we need to go ahead and do that. So I knew that if they got even one more lever, that would be a goal. So for me, I'm like telling cities, telling counties, pull down on your dollars. If you had an award of some sort, if you think you wanted to apply for it, pull down on it ASAP and spend that money because, frankly, I don't think that there is very much respect for the Congress as a whole, nor our work. Because we've seen things as us having fights about impoundment, which is basically this idea that we have already come up with budgets and we have already said that these dollars go to this place or that place. And then they just decided, nope, we're not going to do it unilaterally, and really stepping on our territory, right? Because we live in a government, or allegedly live in a government, where we have 3 co-equal branches of government, and we have different responsibilities within those various branches. And so the idea that the executive branch has decided, forget what Congress has done, we're going to do whatever we want to. And then when the judiciary steps in and says, no, you can't do that, they then say, well, forget you, judiciary, we're still going to do whatever we want to do. People should be concerned, regardless of your political affiliation, that we have an executor and an executive branch that has decided that somehow it reigns supreme to the other 2 branches of government, whether we're talking about spending or whether we're talking about court orders. It is a problem. And this isn't about whether or not you agree. This is about whether or not you agree that we live in a democracy where we have 3 co-equal branches of government. And therefore, even when I disagree with the president, I have to respect the actions that he is allowed to take via the Constitution. And unfortunately, we're not getting that same respect in the other branches of government.
But if Congress comes back and decides, the Republicans decide as a bloc, yeah, we're going to rescind that, we're going to take that away, that's still legit?
Well, I mean, if they decide that they are going to do it and they go through the proper channels, then yeah, it would be legit. I mean, because that's like any other law, right? You can at any point in time overturn any law that you want to if you go through the process. The biggest issue that we've had thus far with this administration is that they don't like processes and they don't want to go through processes. And I don't believe that he necessarily have the votes to overturn some of this legislation.
You recently criticized the long wait times at the Dallas VA.
Yeah.
And then the VA secretary, Doug Collins, replied to you on X and said what you said wasn't true. So talk to us about this.
Yeah, well, he can just go ahead and give me the receipts if that's the case. All I can do is make sure that I am a voice for the people of my district. And if I'm getting phone calls, then I'm going to investigate because that's my job. And as the VA secretary, then his job is to reply to the fact that I actually sent formal investigatory requests, and he needs to answer. I will tell you that if we just decide that we are going to evaluate based on what's on social media, I can tell you that I never anticipated that the Shade Room would pick up on this, but they did. And there were stories, not only from my district, because there were people that were saying thank you to my congresswoman because this has been an issue for me and my loved one at the Dallas VA. But there were people from all over the country that talked about surgeries that have been canceled, and they have been canceled because they said that they did not have adequate personnel. So my deal is, if that's the truth, then prove me wrong. I am here for it. But I will tell you that as a trained litigator, I usually don't ask questions that I don't already have the answer to. So if he's got receipts, I'd love to see them.
President Trump himself on another network criticized you and called you a low IQ individual. What was your reaction to that? And what do you say to that?
He's such a loser. You know, and I say that and I'm laughing, but I really do believe that he's a loser. Because I truly, number one, can't imagine being the president of the United States, which arguably historically has been the most powerful country in the world. And I'm worried about a rising sophomore or a sophomore in Congress. Like, I can't really see me taking up that much airtime or space on that person. And listen, whenever people start to attack you based on things that are not of substance, that's when you know that you're really getting under their skin and that there is nothing to attack. Because if he really had something of substance to say, then he would say, you know what? This congresswoman has filed for this bill or done this or done that. And so she has no idea what she's doing. He can't say that. Anytime that he decides that he wants to lodge an attack against me, it's something like low IQ and actually he has a really hard time. Now he just says my name. They've got this Crockett is what he says, you know, and it's like, I, for some reason, frustrate him. And most likely it's because I refuse to back down. You know, I am going to call him out at every chance that I get for anything that he is doing that is not only harming my constituents, but harming a lot of the constituents of the Republicans that are going along with this agenda. And I think that it is incumbent upon me to make sure that I can educate people and make sure that they understand that the pain that you are feeling, the pain that's being inflicted, is being inflicted by him and his administration. And that is the reason you're feeling it. I don't want anybody to get confused and believe that Joe Biden has anything to do with the pain that they are feeling, whether it means that they won't have health care, that ain't got nothing to do with Joe Biden, whether it means that you are struggling to find a job because literally, I think just recently a report came out saying that for the first time in maybe 3 years that we actually shrunk. I think our economy is actually starting to shrink instead of growing. If people are complaining because we are entering, as some would argue, that we are in a recession already, I need them to understand that it's due to his incompetence. And when he wants to take an IQ test and challenge me, I am down.
Let me ask you, Congressman Connolly, who was the ranking member on House Oversight, a committee on which you sit on, as you know, obviously, he recently passed away.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are wondering if you are going to run for ranking member, or do you have your sights set on higher office here in Texas?
I am running for a ranker, for sure.
Oh, you are?
I am running. We are working on pulling it all together, but most likely either next week or before my colleagues get back, they will have what we call a Dear Colleague, which is a letter that they will all receive laying out why it is that I believe I am the best candidate for this moment for this particular position. I had an opportunity, and I still currently serve as the vice ranker on this committee, being able to serve under Connolly as well as Jamie Raskin, and I still have an opportunity to serve under Jamie on judiciary now. But I will tell you that as I was thinking through this, as you know, Representative Connolly had announced that he was going to step back, I thought about the fact that Elijah Cummings, who used to head the oversight committee prior to me joining Congress, recruited Jamie Raskin for oversight. And Jamie Raskin was a fearless leader last cycle for sure on oversight, and now he's on judiciary. But it was Jamie Raskin that recruited me to come to oversight. And I think that there is something special that, you know, some of these rankers have seen in people that they literally have recruited. Ultimately, Jerry Connolly was the one that asked me to run to be the vice ranker of the oversight committee. And I was unanimously elected by my colleagues on oversight to serve in that role. But when we think about where we are in this country, when we think about the level of lawlessness, corruption, unethical behavior that is taking place, I don't know that I can say that I believe that we would ever get to the point that we could actually impeach and convict him so that he's out of office, because clearly he's been through 2 impeachments and he should have been convicted and he didn't. And in fact, he ended up being reelected. I don't know that that's necessarily the way that we need to go. But I do believe that we should educate the American people about the violations that are taking place as it relates to emoluments clause, as part of the Constitution, and the other constitutional violations that he's engaging in, as well as I think that we need to do the investigations and discover what is going on. What was this crypto dinner about where people are wearing masks and don't even want to be seen going in there? What's going on with the various pardons that are being given out after certain donors drop a lot of money into his pocket? What's going on with the fact that I think they said 40% of his wealth right now has actually accumulated since he's been in office? I mean, I'm not allowed to make any money at all. I mean, a book deal is quite complicated for me as a low member of 435 in the House, yet he is accumulating wealth and his family members, and he's putting them on trips and they're going out beforehand. And the next thing you know, like, there's all kinds of stuff going on with the Saudi government. There's all kinds of stuff that's going on with the Qataris. Like, what is happening? At a very minimum, we should be shining a light on what is taking place and let the American people for themselves see. And that is what the Oversight Committee can do. Now, we are obviously in the minority at this moment, but it doesn't stop me from being able to do field hearings in the form of like shadow field hearings, where we're going across the country and we're letting people's neighbors be the ones to testify about their experiences, whether they are former employees for the federal government, whether they are someone who is supposed to be receiving government aid of some sort. We need to make sure that people understand what's happening. And I think that there is no one better who can not only do the work, do the investigations, but can also make sure that the word gets out and is communicated. Because regardless of how people may feel, I will always say that Joe Biden was one of the best presidents that we've ever had. But ultimately, it didn't matter if people didn't know what all he was doing. And so I don't want us to get caught in that same way. And it's why I'm throwing my name into the hat to run to be the ranker.
Speaking of former President Biden, House Republicans on the Oversight Committee now want to investigate the use of the auto pen during his term, based on the book that came out, Original Sin, which Republicans say this backs up what we were saying for years before that of his cognitive decline.
Yeah.
So what do you make of their desire to investigate the use of the auto pen?
It's just more distractions, to be perfectly honest. We know that Joe Biden is not currently in office. We know that chances are Joe Biden is not going to re-enter office. And so why are we spending our time on this? Why is it that you said that we needed Doge, and yet you've not had Elon Musk come before us to lay out exactly where it is that he felt like we should be making cuts? In fact, y'all just did whatever random cuts y'all wanted to do. We didn't get a Doge report. Doge didn't come in and say, oh, you should do this or that. And so what I think the American people want is a government that is focused on their current issues. And I can tell you that I've never talked to any constituent that was worried about the auto pen. I'm gonna tell you that the average constituent don't even know that the auto pen exists, don't even know anything about it, right? Like, I can tell you that they are saying, we don't know if we're going to have jobs, or we just lost our jobs, or we don't know if we're going to have benefits, or we don't know if we're going to be able to afford Christmas, or we don't know if we're going to be able to afford a roof over our head. There's a lot of things that we can dig into, such as maybe we should call in the Secretary of VA so that he can talk to us about how these firings have impacted the services that they've delivered or not, right? Like, there are real issues that people really want to talk about, and this isn't one. And if they want to talk about medical issues, we also could have a conversation about Trump, because I don't know what's going on. I know that he's not necessarily the creme de la creme in general, because we know that potentially part of his issues as it relates to Harvard is that, well, he got rejected. So we know that he's not ever been known as kind of like the scholarly guy. We know that he will never be known as this amazing orator as some of our former presidents were. Barack Obama, another one of his favorites, right? We know that that's not his wheelhouse, but we also know that, like, he is like next level unhinged, and he's been unhinged since the campaign. Like, the fact that people ignore the fact that he was constantly talking about the whales or the sharks, and he was talking about, the windmills. I don't know. Just all over the place. And recently at West Point decided to talk about trophy wives, and decided to talk about his investigations. And then right after the crypto event, he couldn't read the words on the teleprompter. Like, he did not know the words. He couldn't read it. I don't know what's going on. But, like, if we want to talk about something, we need to talk about whether or not he really has the cognitive ability, because he is the current sitting president, and whether or not the 25th Amendment should apply is something that maybe we should be digging into. I got a lot of things we could do on oversight, and this just isn't one.
Well, the Republicans on oversight have said they thought that Democrats lied and the White House lied to the American people about the former President Biden's, cognitive decline, when people saw it for themselves on the screen, whatever. And so what do you say to those who say the Democrats hurt themselves in that whole deal?
I think we did hurt ourselves. I don't think it's for the reasons that you're laying out, but I do think we hurt ourselves, because what Democrats tend to do is the Republicans know how to create an ecosystem of commentary, whether it's true or not, right? Because how long have we been talking about the whole Medicaid thing? Like, they will continue to readjust their message, but they are going to have a message, and they are going to create an ecosystem of lies, right? And so there were Democrats that fell for it, and we became divided. And that is how it led to this kind of unprecedented moment of Joe Biden stepping down and Kamala Harris running. And so I think that people should have just stuck to their guns about what it is that they knew. Now, obviously, it's not like I've known Joe Biden my whole life, because I haven't. But I can tell you that I literally have had conversations with him, not once, not twice, probably not even 3 times, multiple times. And I never, ever felt like I saw anything that was decline. Now, would I be honest if I said that we don't all decline at some point? Like, there has to be a point, just because we're aging, that there is like a level of kind of fall off that we all have. I think that that's the natural part of aging. It's the same thing that happens with our bodies, right? Like, this is a whole body thing. Like, you probably not running 10 miles anymore like you used to, right? So there is a natural, but does that mean that you're not qualified? Or does it mean that it is so detrimental that it's causing harm? Absolutely not. Because I can remember vividly, when all these stories started to kind of start up, and there was this interview And actually it wasn't an interview, it was a press conference. It was a press conference and it had to deal with foreign affairs. And, you know, Joe Biden, anybody know anything about him, they know foreign affairs is like his wheelhouse. And he was so on point. Like he understood like on a whole other level. And frankly, the rest of the world actually respected him. And it's not like, you know who the world is pissed off at? It wasn't Joe Biden. It's Donald Trump. When you have literally King Charles that's going off in Canada about Trump, when you have Canada, one of our close allies, that's going off about Trump, when you have Mexico, one of our close allies, that's going off about Trump. These are people that had an opportunity to interact with both. And let me tell you, no one claimed that he was unintelligent or that there was some level of decline to where he was unable to comprehend or unable to perform. That did not exist. And so the fact that we buy into these false narratives, the fact that we're even having this conversation when literally Joe Biden is not the president, and right now, whatever harms that are going to be suffered by the American people have nothing to do with Joe Biden, because we didn't have to worry about the stock market crashing every other day when Joe Biden was in office. We didn't have to worry about whether or not people were going to have their Medicaid when Joe Biden was in office. We didn't have debates about whether or not people would have Social Security when Joe Biden was in office. So let me tell you, if Joe Biden was like mentally deficient in some way and he was still able to keep this sucker on the tracks, then give me a mentally deficient Joe Biden any given day over Donald Trump.
Last question. You're still facing a censure vote in the House unless that's gone away. I just wanted to ask you, what do you make of that? This was obviously for comments that you made about Governor Abbott. So talk to me a little bit about your level of concern, if at all.
I don't have any concern. I forgot all about that. I will tell you that you were able to, first of all, let me back up for everybody that's watching. Censure used to be a really big deal because there was some level of decorum in the House. Now that we have a bunch of the raggedy people in the House that we have, it's really nothing more than a badge of honor, unfortunately. And so we have seen that when they really plan to go through with the censure, when they really do have the votes for a censure, it comes up immediately. And they are trying to, again, I told you, these people understand news, right? They are trying to keep up with the news cycle, right? So the thing is, why would you go and try to censure me? I don't even know how many months later over something that happened a long time ago. If it was that big of a deal, it would have been done at that moment. And it's like what we saw with Congressman Al Green. Congressman Al Green, after the State of the Union, they decided they were going to file a censure. They did it immediately. They took him to the floor and they censured him. Same thing that we saw with Rashida Tlaib. When they decided that they were going to go forward on a censure against her for some comments that they felt like were problematic, they immediately went forward with the censure. And so I don't anticipate that anything's going to happen.
I think it's forgotten.
Yeah.
Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett, always nice to see you. Thank you so much for your time.
Good to see you too.
We appreciate it.
Welcome back to PD Insider. My name is Craig Miller of the Practicing Law Institute. This is the second part of my interview with Denise Robinson of the Still Center. The focus of our conversation is the PD's role in creating and sustaining a firm's culture for well-being. Let's think a little bit now more about like the core job functions and responsibilities of the PD professional. Mm-hmm. And based on your observations of many client firms, how would you describe that? The core functions. And is there ever really a sort of a typical or prototypical PD out there?
I think all the PDs will hopefully cheer what I'm about to say, which is, while there may be what is written in the job description, there's so much more, right, to any PD's job. They really do reach far and wide in their responsibilities within any legal employer, within any law firm, and even within the law school environment, because a number of law schools are really starting to shift from just sort of career services to more of a career and professional development type of model. So having said that, some of the core responsibilities that come immediately to mind in my experience, having worked alongside PDs and then also working with PDs through my clients now, are training and education, whether that's putting on CLE programming, whether it's attending to providing opportunities for technical skill building, or what I like to refer to as professional skill building, often referred to as soft skills, but incredibly important skills to have, as well as in being engaged in performance evaluations, in terms of orchestrating that process. And it truly is an orchestration to make all of that happen, to ensure that attorneys are getting the feedback, and even outside of the formal performance evaluation process. All of that is something that PDs are doing. In many organizations, I'm also starting to see PDs be involved in aspects of coaching and career advising. Some of that can lead to or extend into things like outplacement, to help people find, their next opportunity, right? Not just thinking about this firm or this organization as the end all for one's career, but thinking about how can we help you continue to be essentially a friend, right, of the organization, even once you leave this organization. So those are just some of the things that come to mind. I'm sure there are others as well, but like I said, their roles and responsibilities are extensive.
Given all those responsibilities, what is the relationship of the PD team to support and training of wellness programs?
Right. In my experience, especially until recently, where we are starting to see more firms have dedicated roles to well-being, which is still not, I wouldn't say something that is in most law firms, even most very large law firms, but it is starting to evolve. However, well-being programming is still happening, and has been happening certainly since the ABA Hazelden study that I mentioned, and the work of the Institute for Wellbeing and Law, and probably even before that. And so PD, because again, they touch so many different aspects of the life cycle of lawyers, they are often responsible for certainly a part of the well-being program that is going on. And I would say particularly with respect to lawyers, in my experience, if we're talking about staff, that responsibility tends to go to HR.
So like you said, it's not typical to have a dedicated well-being role within the organization. So it does typically come to the PDs.
It does.
And, is it a proper fit at the end of the day? And, so how, with all of those things that we talked about, how does it avoid becoming just one more item on a PD's to-do list?
Right. I think it can be. I definitely think many PDs are equipped with the skills, certainly, and certainly care about the well-being of the attorneys that they are providing services to. And so in that way, I definitely think that it can work well within the responsibilities. I do worry, frankly, often about just, again, the volume, right, of responsibilities that individuals in PD roles have. And so a way that I have seen be helpful in terms of trying to kind of balance that out so that it does not become an add-on is to really do an inventory of the kinds of programming that they're already doing that, fits sort of nicely within the PD realm, and see, are there aspects that are very much targeting different issues that we're trying to support in terms of attorney wellness. And if there are, it may just be a matter of being more explicit about how this particular program, this particular initiative, this particular structure is also supportive of attorney well-being. So that's one thing that I see. And then another thing is to think about, well, maybe you did that inventory and you found, well, we don't have a ton of well-being programming, but we would like to, and yet we don't have more bodies here to, do a whole lot of extra programming. To think about how it could be incorporated into well-being programming, could be incorporated into what is already happening. An idea that comes to mind around that is often PDs are responsible for helping to orchestrate attorney retreats. And I mean, the word retreat kind of lends itself, right, to wellness and well-being. So thinking about, okay, are there aspects probably already happening as part of that retreat that would support attorney well-being? Are there other things that we can do in this setting that we're doing the retreat anyway? Are there things that we can do from an explicit standpoint that support well-being?
All right, so that's good. So looking at it another way, then integrating the responsibility for well-being into the PD's role can actually enhance what they're able to accomplish as PDs.
Yes, I definitely think so. PDs are often the people that attorneys turn to, especially amongst associates. And then if those associates then go on to be partners and, have a long relationship with the PD staff, they're often the individuals, those attorneys are going to share what challenges they are having that are often have something to do with well-being, especially, again, if we think about that multifaceted approach to well-being. And so if they're already aware of some of the ways in which attorneys are struggling with mental health or with their social well-being or what have you, that can help inform the programming that they're doing, the structures that they're thinking about putting in place, the new policies that need to be, written and so on, that can help address some of those issues.
Oh, good. So they do align, can align.
Absolutely. I think so.
And specifically, though, what do you see PDs being asked to deliver in support of well-being initiatives?
I think I see a lot of training and, well, really more of kind of educational programming, or activities. And so thinking about things like many organizations have things like well-being, kind of like a fitness challenge, right? That may happen once or twice a year, or some type of fair where different types of practitioners are brought in who support aspects of attorney well-being or legal professionals more generally. And PDs can have a role in that, as well as the coaching that I mentioned as well. So in terms of the career coaching, career advising, I think well-being is absolutely coming up as part of those conversations, just again, organically. And so I think those are the two main areas where I see PDs being asked to deliver those services.
Okay, good. Thinking about some of the sort of PD adjacent functions that we see in law firms, such as recruiting, compliance training, employee engagement work. How do you see wellness being integrated into people who occupy those roles?
Yes, I do see a number of my former colleagues in the diversity, equity, and inclusion space doing quite a bit of well-being work. And also I have been brought in by those individuals to do essentially an integration of DEI in a well-being program. And so that's an example where I do see some of those PD adjacent roles doing well-being work. And then certainly HR. That's, I would say, the big area when we're talking about professional staff, where that responsibility lives often with the HR team to put on, in addition to all the other things that they are doing in terms of benefits and compensation and all of the things, hiring and so on, all the in and outflow of people within the organization. HR teams are also often responsible for the well-being work that is happening in a targeted way towards professional staff.
All right, good, interesting. Let's talk a little bit now about the role of mindfulness. What is the role of mindfulness in well-being?
I see mindfulness as a capacity builder for well-being. Well-being does have all of these different aspects, many that I probably couldn't even name here, right? It affects the word being, right? That's why I often use well-being instead of wellness, because it reminds us that as human beings, right, we are multifaceted, we're complex, and all of that complexity has to be attended to. And what mindfulness focuses on is present moment awareness and non-judgment. Those are the two main elements of mindfulness. And what those do, developed over time, is to help us just be aware of what our experiences are internally as well as externally. And then when we have that awareness, we can do so without sort of beating ourselves up for any one of those experiences that, perhaps we don't like. Something didn't go well at work, today. And often what we do is we ruminate over it and kind of get stuck there. What mindfulness encourages us to do is to just be here, because that's the only thing we ultimately have control over. And once we can do that, once we have that awareness of what's happening right now, and doing so without the sort of snap judgment about, is this good? Is this bad? Am I good? Am I bad? As a result of these experiences, then we can make some choices to do things perhaps in a different way going forward, in a way that serves us better going forward. And so all of that, to me, helps us in those complexities that we have as human beings, and well-being being a part of that.
Right. Be present, be here now.
Yes.
Don't rush to conclusions that
Yes.
something bad is going to happen.
Absolutely. Well said. Very well said.
So Denise, can you discuss the Mindfulness for Lawyers series that you've been working on in conjunction with PLI?
Sure. It is part of a larger series called The Well-Rounded Lawyer. And in the Mindfulness for Lawyers series, they are a series of episodes, very short, bite-sized episodes of me talking about different mindfulness strategies and practices that lawyers can use to deal with very common stressors that we experience in the course of practicing law. So there's animation showing different scenarios that lawyers often face. And then I'm over that animation talking about the different things that they could do from a mindfulness standpoint to help address those stressors or those distractions, or to be more intentional about their work.
Oh, sounds like fun.
It is.
Can you share a few tips and tactics that you might have discussed in that program?
Sure. So one of my favorites is how we can use our breath, which of course we're breathing, right? As long as we are alive, we are breathing. But we can use our breath in very specific ways to deal with chronic stress, for example, to deal with the kind of fight or flight reaction that we're often having, not from actual threats, but just from the pressure that many lawyers experience from the work. And so how can we use our breath in specific ways to sort of tap back into what is known as the sort of rest and digest mode that we are supposed to be in most of the time as human beings. Another practice or strategy is something called the 5-4-3-2-1 technique, which is a way of kind of reorienting ourselves when we find that we are distracted. And who among us is not dealing with a ton of distractions today? So that's a technique that we go into in that series. And then another one is compassion practice, so that we can help with the, again, the relationship building, the connection aspect that is so important to being an effective lawyer. There are specific mindfulness practices that help us, what I call is sort of pro-social strength building is how I refer to those practices. So we go into one of those in the series.
Well, that sounds great. I think we would all agree that compassion is something that we could all use a little bit more of in our daily lives.
Absolutely. For ourselves and others, right? Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, great. Well, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
I'd like to thank my guest, Denise Robinson of the Still Center, for sharing her insights. Check out her bite-sized learning series, Mindfulness for Lawyers, on pli.edu. We look forward to you joining us for another edition of PLI's PD Insider. This is Craig Miller of the Practicing Law Institute, Thank you, be well, and do great things.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for being here today. We are happy to have the opportunity to speak to you all about some of the current priorities of the SEC's Office of the Chief Accountant. Before we begin, as you have undoubtedly heard several times over the past 2 days, I have a few disclaimers to give for my colleagues and myself. First, the views we are expressing today are our own, made in our official capacities at the Commission, but do not reflect the views of the Commission, any commissioner, or any other members of the staff. Second, we'll be talking about a couple enforcement matters today. When we do, we're referring only to the allegations in the complaint or the Commission order, and do not imply that the underlying facts necessarily have been proved or admitted. So my name is Patrick Foley. I'm an attorney in OCA's Office of Chief Counsel. As you've heard earlier from our acting chief accountant, Ryan Wolf, OCA is a principal advisor to the Commission on matters of accounting and auditing, and comprises 4 major groups: accounting, international, professional practice, and the Office of Chief Counsel, each of which is represented on our panel today. The Office of Chief Counsel advances the Commission's mission primarily in 2 ways. The first is our legal policy function, which includes coordinating with folks across OCA to advise on rulemakings at the Commission and to advise the Commission on rulemaking and standard setting projects at the Public Company Accounting Oversight Board. We also help to administer Commission oversight of the PCAOB as well as the Financial Accounting Standards Board. Ryan, in a needed doubt, spoke a little bit about that oversight function during the accounting panel earlier this afternoon. The second function, and how I spend most of my time, is the enforcement liaison function, which may play a role at any of various points in an enforcement matters life cycle. So with that, I'll let Morgan introduce himself and the accounting group.
Thanks, Patrick. My name is Morgan Taylor. I'm a professional accounting fellow in the accounting group within OCA. It's great to be here with you today. So whether you're here because you love and are really excited about accounting or are really excited about finishing up your CPE, we're glad you stuck around with us today. So I want to focus on just 3 priorities that really that we focus our attention on within the accounting group. And the first is accounting standard setting. So we oversee, we assist the SEC in their efforts to oversee the Financial Accounting Foundation, or the FAF, as well as the Financial Accounting Standards Board, or the FASB, including their accounting standard setting by the FASB. And as part of this effort, we perform outreach with various stakeholders, including investors, to understand their perspectives and understand their perspectives about financial reporting. Second is our consultation process. So OCA's consultation process allows external parties such as registrants or auditors, as well as internal other offices and divisions within the SEC, to consult with the staff in OCA about the application of accounting standards and disclosure requirements. And then third, we support the Commission's other priorities, such as rulemaking, whenever it relates to accounting and auditing matters. So I'll turn that over to Mega, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thanks, Morgan. Also happy that all of you stuck around today. We'll make sure that it's interesting and relevant. So just a quick intro. I'm a professional accounting fellow similar to Morgan, but I'm in the OCA's professional practice group, commonly referred to as PPG. Generally speaking, PPG's responsibilities include regulatory oversight over the PCAOB. We also take consultations, both internal and external,
I don't know. See,
crime increased. There were a number of incidents of police brutality that were challenged by Black civil rights organizations, NAACP, the Urban League, and other organizations, but without much effect.
We need to make a decision. What does the data say? I'm not.
Why not use Monday.com's dashboards? It shows you which projects are stuck, where to spend less, and what your customers need. Check this out. This team is overloaded with work, so you can assign some of it to that team. This department's over budget, and you can check why.
Talking about politics coming from the view of the streets, you know what I'm saying, dog? We're not coming from professional view. We're not lawyers, none of that shit that's on TV, you know what I'm saying? We come straight from the hood. The hood view, you know? Representation of black people, period, on the bench, because we don't know who Clarence Thomas is representing. He's sitting on the Supreme Court, sitting on a bench, smelling like cocoa butter.
2, 3, 4, 5. We're live. Welcome to Hoodiewpolitics, where we go into a deep, detailed dive into politics from a hood point of view. I'm Rabbit Jones.
And I'm talking the #1 soul brother. Welcome to the Hoodview Politics Friday night live stream. So come on and have a seat. And we'll let you know what went on in the week of politics.
If you're new here, you don't know what to expect. But if you've been here before, you know what's going on here. We chasing maggots and coons. Maggots and coons. Appreciate everybody that tunes in. Don't forget about the Puerto Ricans too. Everybody take the time out. Like, subscribe. You know what I'm saying, dog? Appreciate y'all a whole lot. You know? Getting to the nitty gritties in the political world. You know what I'm saying? What's going on with you?
Oh, shit. It's Friday. Last Friday before it all go downhill from here.
Pretty much. As far as our point of view is, it's going downhill.
Okay.
But for the MAGAs, it's what they want.
That's what they voted for. Huh? Yeah, see what they did vote. That's what they vote. That's what they didn't vote for. Hey, you know, now you see what everybody was trying to tell y'all. Motherfuckers not looking forward to Monday. It'll be Blue Monday for real.
I don't know about that. Because it was 50-50, right? So that means it's 50% is gonna be happy.
And 50% ain't feeling it.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm on the 50% that ain't feeling it.
Yeah, it's way more than 50%, but let me let it slide.
I mean, because a lot of them on that side ain't feeling it.
Hey man, we didn't vote for the orange fuck. That's just it. You know what I'm saying, dog? Ain't nothing we can do about it. You know, they Americans too. The dumb fucks that voted for Americans too. They don't see America like we do. You know what I'm saying? They see it as a racist bigot, our vantage point. We don't get that. We don't get to have that choice. You know what I'm saying, dog?
You know, I got a little back and forth with
a Magite.
With a Magite the other day on TikTok. I put a video out and he commented on it. He insulted me at first and hit him back. And hit me back. But he happy that Trump in. His life was never better than when Trump was in office. So I told him, you know, we'll see.
Life was never better, huh? In a pandemic, locked in the fucking houses. Never better than that, huh?
Never better.
You like that, didn't you?
What the fuck? What the fuck you want? Only thing that can outdo a motherfucking pandemic right now is you fuck around and get his hit. Now, is that what you want?
Not good.
Shit, you're giving away parts of the fucking world and you don't understand. I mean, for some reason, Putin got to be giving y'all something real serious back. And
Give him
I
something
don't
serious.
see, I don't see y'all just giving this motherfucker whatever. Y'all say, Putin, if you want motherfucker, look, if you want Ukraine, basically take it, or y'all keep what you took and we'll break it off here. That's still giving Putin what he wants. You tell it to the Chinese that fuck it, you want Taiwan, you can have it. Because we gonna take motherfucking we gonna take Canada and Greenland. What the fuck is going on out here? It's like all these big, well, we the only superpower. But all the other motherfuckers like we all gotta get land and shit now because these motherfuckers taking over shit now in the United States with Trump putting it out there that he tried to take over a canal along with the country, and then he want to annex Canada and make them the fucking 51st state. So he want to take over North America. He want to take over the whole continent. That's the fuck they do.
So
it would seem like they doing.
Inauguration coming, and first of all, people have been invited to the joint for sure.
For sure.
And people like now, this is gonna be a surprise now. Well, man, you just sing my song, you just rap my song back in the day, man. It was my shit. Nelly, bro.
Oh,
Nelly's performing at this Orange Neck Demon joint.
I see that.
Orange Neck Demon. He has invited. All right, first of all, these are people gonna be there. We talking motherfucking Elon Musk, the TikTok owner.
Yeah.
The three richest people in the world is gonna be there. And there's already a thing going on with TikTok. So you're gonna have him sitting there. You got foreign leaders there that shouldn't be there. You're gonna have internet personalities at the joint, celebrities. You're gonna have Theo Von, Logan Paul, and his brother bitch ass is gonna be there. Nut boys, whatever the fuck they are, sounds bigger than me, but I'm gonna let it. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? But hey, you get to have who you want there, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's all good. But now we don't have no business seeing certain people there, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not feeling that.
But you talked this week, you've been talking a lot about it. The playbook, what they do. I ain't had nothing to eat from this money. But you talk about the playbook and the shit they do. Yeah. All right. But you talk about the shit they do. And this is in the playbook. They accuse Democrats and they went on Kamala on the regular, preaching to their
And what is this shit about Bernie? I'm lost about that. So it's always the Bernie thing, or somebody like him is what they like. So therefore, it's going to be a split automatically because they don't give a fuck about nobody that's actually going to win like a Biden or a motherfucking Kamala. They split the party up in between each other.
This is the problem with Bernie. Well, this is the appeal of Bernie. Because as left as the Democratic Party is, and I'm kind of getting I hear a lot of people talking about now. Liberals versus leftists. I think that's what liberals versus leftists. You know, where this party was liberal, but Bernie came along and they got Bernie in the door and went way left.
See, like screaming Medicare for everybody. Yeah. And the other shit he was just screaming a lot. And it made it seem like, okay, all those people that's in the party, they just gonna go behind that stuff, right? Or all them oligarchs, shit he used to say all the time. You know what I'm saying? And to me, nothing he was doing was matching up to nothing he was saying. He had a good talk. He was, matter of fact, he was the fucking left Trump. He just had to talk. He had everything they wanted to hear. But that was it. He don't do nothing else.
Let's go back to another conversation we had when last time we talked about Bernie. We talked about the same thing. Bernie can jump out there, run his mouth, say this, that, and the third. Bernie can do all of this. He can jump on who he want to jump on. And, you know, you ain't gonna, if you jump on him, you jumping on the poor little old independent. But when the shit don't go right, Bernie don't take none of the blame.
Fuck no.
Bernie mouth been in everything. Bernie mouth and Bernie vote been in everything. But when the shit go bad or the shit don't work, it don't get voted down, it don't get to the floor or whatever, Bernie ain't never there to take none of the blame. Him or his Bernie bros. But they the leftist people in the party, they take it. It doesn't make sense. They want the government to do everything. But
my thing is,
be realistic.
Why even listen to him? He won't even say he's a Democrat. Fuck him. He don't have enough balls to stand on either one of these parties. He gotta stay an independent, act like what? Get the fuck out of here. Take your ass over and be a Republican then. My thing is, get rid of all these motherfuckers like him. Now, just get rid of them. Fuck them. Make that motherfucker be a Republican. Fuck these clowns. Be honest with you. They whine about all the bullshit he say out his mouth, but he don't do nothing. They crying about motherfucking Gaza Strip. Blew my mind how much they talk about that shit. Many black kids been shot in the street by these fucking guns. You're not worried about guns. Kids getting shot in the school. You ain't give a fuck about that. But the Gaza Strip, that was really important to you. Call this motherfucker genocide joke. Trying to put this shit on Kamala. Call a whole Democrat trying to have genocide. Really though?
Who got to deal?
And they're gonna tell him, oh, nothing left than a motherfucking embargo. Like what? If anything less than that, nope, not voting for him. Like dumb shit, bruh. Then the whole time he getting the deal done.
To you from the American people from the Oval Office, from this desk as president. After 8 months of nonstop negotiation, by my administration, a ceasefire and a hostage deal has been reached by Israel and Hamas, the elements of which I laid out in great detail in May of this year. This plan was developed and negotiated by my team and will be largely implemented by the incoming administration. That's why I told my...
Man. So, in the end, you got what the fuck you wanted. It's a ceasefire. They're releasing all hostages. Something he was telling you about since he been doing it. Him and the first black lady, vice president, was telling y'all, we're working on this, bruh. The fuck wrong with y'all? We can't talk to y'all. Y'all want to have a sit down and talk. You still want to talk about, you got to be up a embargo or nothing else. You don't go over to Republican rallies and do shit.
You just stayed in their face. Whole time they was the one working on it. And when they finished working on it, do we get any congratulations from your jackasses?
No.
Can we find anybody congratulate them for this shit?
Oh my goodness. That ain't trying
Since
to
it was
think.
so important to you. Like guns out of our streets in the black neighborhoods is important to me. If somebody get rid of that, I'm gonna be happy the next day. We should be happy, shouldn't we?
Mm-hmm. See, that's what happened. This is the problem with you.
Bullshit.
This is the problem with you single issue voters, if you will. Well, depending on what the issue is. But when you have a issue like what was going on in Israel and Gaza in this election, you know that eventually, I mean, the shit going to get settled. It's going to get a ceasefire. Now, some of the shit that Netanyahu done did in the beginning, you know, you couldn't really blame him because that was, y'all got hit. Y'all hit back. Okay, cool. But he just done went overboard.
It's political. It was a campaign running. And you know, if war over there, if they keep pushing it, that goes against the Democrat, which it worked. And all the orange demon fuck had to do was pick that up. Period. They already had the left beating them up. Russia sending them motherfucking signals. Here, left, eat this. Beat them up with that, left. And while you at the Republicans, Biden old. So he got two things going on. Got the left telling me he a genocide, beat them up. Then he had the right telling me old as fuck and senile. So that's the race he was running.
And this before all you
ridiculous
motherfuckers that voted for Trump and the ones, especially the ones who didn't vote because of it. Because what you was mad at him about and what you didn't vote or voted for the other side, maybe, I don't know what the fuck you did, but the thing you was mad at him about, he did. He did it while he was still, before he left office. So guess what? If you voted for Trump, with Trump on that issue, and you don't like it, or it's over, and that was the one issue that pushed it over pushed it that way, it's done. Right before Trump takes office. So the issue that you're mad about, he took it off the board, right? Trump don't even get to fuck with it. It's a done deal. It's a ceasefire agreement. Now, anything after that, that's on you.
Now make that key point. It's a ceasefire. They're letting hostages home.
Yeah.
If anything going on over there, that's somebody else's fault.
Yeah, that's on Trump administration because he left.
It's done. friends. I'm not gonna make them stand out there in the cold. He ain't gonna make Elon Musk, the owner of TikTok, all these foreign motherfuckers he got coming up there, just stand outside in the cold. He'll let the marching band stand out there in the cold. He ain't gonna about them. He's not gonna have them up. That's why we going inside. And they ain't gonna hold that many people in there any fucking way. So all these people who voted, now it's gonna get to be certain people in there.
Yeah, yeah.
Ain't that something? Inauguration.
Yeah, that's you think that you still got that's in the Capitol building. So you still got other motherfucker senators and motherfucker shit running around. Yeah, that's a security risk. You get only that.
Exactly.
No, anybody.
Once he started talking about inside, he closing this thing up to rich people.
Now that bastard.
It's a rich man thing here. They about to have
so
a room full of rich folks.
They is mad. Man, these people.
Now, all your maggots gonna be stuck outside in the below zero. Can't even see that orange demon fuck.
No, hey, they are online. They are on TV. They're everywhere talking about. They mad.
They ain't even gonna be able to see that
they
fuck.
Done bought tickets. They done made travel. They done book hotels and they came.
They didn't found out that nigga don't give a fuck about them. They already voted for him now. It's over.
They was like, man, we came all the way down here. If we do this, we could have stayed home. We gonna move it in inside and hey, it's bad because they spent a lot of money to see this motherfucker. It wasn't. Hey, that's their Messiah.
He gonna keep their bread too. Fuck y'all.
Hey.
Hi everyone.
That man don't give a fuck about y'all.
Yes.
Not even a little bit. Now, we talked about a month ago about motherfucking TikTok is going to be banned and shit.
Yeah.
So now it came up to that day. You know what I'm saying? We here now. And first of all, the Congress and Senate already passed the bill to ban TikTok back before. And now what happened was Republicans try to maneuver and send it to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said, yeah, you got to ban that. Come on, you got to figure something else out. We ain't going to be a part of that. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm with you now. When you all start throwing out people out the motherfucking joint, if you want to start taking away black people's rights, I'm with you on all that. But this here, no, you got to do that yourself. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But this is some wild shit. First of all, you have a situation where it's an app that everybody in America use, right? A lot of people in America use, and they have no conscious awareness of that app is a security threat to America. And there's nobody sounding that alarm off on no news stations to let people know the TikTok is whatever. You can make a decision after that. If they tell you it's about to blow up in your hand and you still want to walk around with it in your hand, then that's okay. You see what I'm saying? But not to let Americans know from kindergarten to whoever the fuck know the fact that TikTok, don't nobody even know it to now. People just figuring this shit out now. Just like, oh, TikTok about to be banned? Niggas be on that bitch all day, every day, didn't know. You see what I'm saying? And that goes to the bigger picture of people use stuff without knowing the motives of the people that own these things, bro. So you got a TikTok company that's owned in China, which now you cannot sanction this person. You can't have the normal rules of America. You can't, you know what I'm saying? It's just nothing. This person can operate in America unchecked. Not only that, he has everybody information. How dumb can you be to try to reverse that, bro?
Well, this is why, and I just found this out. This is why we don't have any information on what's going on with TikTok ban. It was Donald Trump who signed the TikTok ban. It was done during the Trump administration, the first one. It was no congressional hearings. There was no investigation. There was none of this, that, and the third. Right. Well, somebody had to have an investigation. So I'll take that back. But it wasn't no hearings. It wasn't brought up. It wasn't even broadcast.
On behalf of,
it was stuck. It was stuck as a tag along or ride along in another bigger bill. It was thrown in. It was thrown in. That's why we never heard nothing. That's why to this day you don't know. They say it's a potential national security breach, but they never put nothing out there, and I guess they ain't got to because of the way they did it. So that's why people are like, but
what's happening, my guy? What up, George? Hey, Laura.
They banning it, but it's funny.
I mean, no. I mean, you gotta understand what I'm saying. Like senators and Congress people go back to their states, right? True. They know this is going on. Why this is not a thing that everybody know about? Like if I bring this up to somebody right now, they're gonna look at you. What you mean? It's gonna be over or what? They gonna still ask you like, what are you talking about? They don't know what this is about to happen. They wake up every morning on that joint. You know what I'm saying? Dancing and shit. You ain't told all these kids that shit about to be disappeared. It's like you haven't even made it clear that Sunday. But what they said is Sunday you can't go in if you don't have it now.
You won't have that.
You'll never be able to get it. And then it's gonna eventually fall apart because they're not fixing it up and keeping it up to date because it's illegal in America.
You can't get no updates. So whatever version you running now, don't try to update. I mean, it's ways around it, but
it'd be illegal though.
Yeah, it's some other shit.
You gotta realize it's certain joints banned in other countries, but the main thing about TikTok, they need American money. That's like a big bulk of money right there.
That's their biggest market.
Exactly. So they're gonna come in this joint. He coming in this joint with Trump on his inauguration. He's gonna probably give him so much bread. He be getting so much bread, he haven't been sworn in yet. Cabinet joints from motherfuckers trying to get out of jail, giving them bread. You know what I'm saying? To this motherfucking TikTok battle, gonna give them bread.
Yeah, he's not.
But the thing is, they have to sell it to America. There's just no way around it. That's what I was telling you the other day. There's nothing they can do about that.
And see, well, it's still on them to enforce it. If they don't enforce it, TikTok. That's what Biden really trying to do by what he's trying to push it over on.
Ain't nothing he can do.
He's not going to enforce it and say it's not going to go dark this weekend. If it go dark, it's going to go dark on Trump. So then it's on Trump, and then especially how it would be Monday, like how the fuck you.
But it's banned.
Yeah, though, but if they don't enforce the ban don't mean shit.
What you mean?
Somebody still got to enforce it. Somebody got to serve them motherfuckers with paperwork and say, get that shit up out of there. But if they don't enforce it, then be like, whatever.
So you telling me if you was to ban automatic rifles right now, it only work in states that people want to force it? That don't make sense. It's banned. It's banned. It shouldn't be. You can't have it.
Say
it's just banned. Period.
Okay. Say it is an automatic rifle ban, but the feds
not federal.
But the Justice Department to say whoever running the Justice Department can say, man, we ain't tripping off that shit. You know, if as long as they ain't got a bazooka, let that shit go. So
and then the next school get lit up with an automatic rifle. Right. Then what we doing? What we talking about?
Then we back at the place we are now. You know, with motherfuckers getting mowed down in the street.
Oh my God.
I mean, if it's a ban and motherfuckers like fuck that shit, but that's the understanding. That's what they're saying. That if Biden, if it's supposed to go dark, was the 19th, that's Sunday. So Sunday, I guess at 12:01, no more TikTok. It's supposed to be.
Yeah.
What's happening, my guy?
If he tell his man in the Justice Department, yeah, it's a ban, but don't enforce
some
it.
things that Trump said.
Don't worry about it. Then it stays.
That's crazy.
But now they want See, the shit was. I see the little Jedi mind trick they playing. Since Biden punted it, and he not gonna make them go dark this weekend, he putting that off on Trump. Biden pushing a lot of shit off on Trump. So the motherfuckers, you want to take credit for everything. Okay, you take credit for this when this shit go bad. You fix this. You forced his hand. But if you don't enforce the shit, give it to Trump, and it's gonna look real fucked up. You sitting up there with the CEO of TikTok sitting on your stage behind you, knowing this motherfucker gonna kick you a rack of money under the table. Or he done made
people about to take over
contributions
America,
and shit.
They outsmarting him, bro.
So that's why I say this shit ain't going nowhere. But they trying to play a Jedi mind trick and get it off of Trump and say, okay, Biden okay, the shit was signed on Trump. Okay, I'm leaving. Let him handle it. Basically, that's what he's doing. So he trying to make it. They want assurances from Biden on certain things. And I bet Biden fuck that shit. I wouldn't want to sign that bill. You talk to the motherfucker that signed the bill. You up there, So they trying to play it and put it on Biden. But hey, I'm Biden. Shit, y'all make it go dark. Y'all make it go dark on y'all.
So the CEO of motherfucking TikTok left a message out.
Hi everyone, it's Show here. As you know, we have been fighting to protect the constitutional right to free speech for the more than 170 million Americans who use our platform every day to connect, create, discover, and achieve their dreams. On behalf of everyone at TikTok and all our users across the country, I want to thank President Trump for his commitment to work with us to find a solution that keeps TikTok available in the United States. This is a strong stand for the First Amendment and against arbitrary censorship. As we've said, TikTok is a place where people can create communities, discover new interests, and express themselves, including over 7 million American businesses who earn a living and gain new customers using our platform. To all American users, thank you for making our TikTok community such a rich and vibrant space, for surprising and delighting us every day. Rest assured, we will do everything in our power to ensure our platform thrives as your online home for limitless creativity and discovery, as well as a source of inspiration and joy for years to come. Thank you. More to come.
Hey, so this is the statement TikTok put out on social media. They say the statements issued today by both the Biden White House and the Department of Justice have failed to provide the necessary clarity and assurance that to the service providers that are integral to maintaining TikTok's availability to over 170 million Americans. Unless the Biden administration immediately provides a definitive statement to satisfy the most critical service providers assuring non-enforcement, that's what they want. Unfortunately, TikTok will be forced to go dark on January 19th. They're saying, hey, okay, can't do nothing about it. It's law. Why are you going to enforce the law? Biden come out and say, "Nah, we ain't going to enforce the law." And make everybody
done.
So,
what's it like Friday? Somebody have to actually buy it between now and Sunday. You can't even possibly do anything that fast. Mm-hmm. This joint is done.
No, just say, just call your people, man. Don't worry about this shit. Ron Filipowski. This is the ploy so they can shut it down on Sunday, blame it on Biden, then turn it back on in 1 to 2 days so Trump can play the hero and claim credit. Yeah.
But see how the motherfucker played Trump? He gonna get on the joint and say, I want to thank Trump. For what? He the one started this.
He the one that did it.
He ran on banning TikTok. His friends in Congress made a bill for that. Just that he lost. And while he was gone, it was coming through Congress. Now that he's back, it's coming through Congress. It's in his face. Like, nigga, what the fuck wrong with you, bro? You wanted this because he so much do shit off the cuff, bro. He mad at you one day, then he want to bang. Now he want to bang you more because he been using the joint for the last 4 years. You see what I'm saying? Facebook banned his ass. Facebook now sucking his dick. Guess what? They're gonna let you do whatever you want now. They put him back on, everybody back on, just like Twitter. You see what I'm saying? The man is literally just taking over everybody. Facebook dude went over there joined sucking dick the other day. Because he told me he gonna lock him up off the break as soon as he get in. Because he banned him off the Facebook joint. So he gonna get on the video and play this Bible and say, "Oh yeah, think about what he just said. Thank President Trump for helping me. He's not even president yet, but for trying to figure out ways to get around this, right?" But then he gonna say, "American people, I'm gonna do everything I can." Like he's just trying. You're gonna have 4 or 5 people owning every fucking thing.
That's what they voted for. They voted for the few people that the few people that got all the money now run the country. That's an oligarchy. When the billionaires and the few people that run the government, that's an oligarchy.
Bro,
I learned that from Cornel West.
It's funny, your man said, Biden said that in his farewell speech. I bet you they ain't giving him credit for that either. They ain't loving him like they love old ass fuck.
Well,
Bernie. He said the same shit Bernie said, huh?
I tell you this much. I give people one thing. They didn't know that. A lot of people didn't know what that word was, oligarchy. It was the #1 search term on Google.
And
now you know what you're getting into.
And that fool, Bernie been saying that shit since he been alive. Nobody Googled it yet. Yep. Dumb fuck. He said it one time. What the hell was that? What did that mean? You know what I'm saying? Nobody give a fuck about fucking Bernie.
The first time I heard that word, I heard it from Cornel West. And Cornel West, say what you want. Unfortunately, he's a smart brother. And this was lots of years ago. It was about 20 years ago or more that Cornel West was talking about what we headed into now, an oligarchy. That was the word he was calling it. And we're gonna have a government run by oligarchs and plutocrats. What the fuck is an oligarch and a plutocrat? I had to look that shit up. But that's what we got.
Yeah, the things that everybody cry and whine about is actually right there. Mm-hmm. When you crying and whining about it at a certain time, it was not there for real. It's there now. You gotta have these 3-4 people running our country and siphoning money out of it and putting it in their pockets.
Yeah.
And y'all paid for that shit.
And let's be
Voted for that jackassery.
And let's be clear about one thing. Taking over the Panama Canal, taking over Greenland, and talking annexing Canada. It's all about money. It's gonna make these people, they're already filthy, nasty rich. They'll be down, dirty, low down rich in a minute.
1.6.
It's all about money.
1.6 billion users on TikTok.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Insane.
TikTok got it going on, but
that's crazy. Then
the Chinese getting all that money. And they ain't loving that.
That's my point. You think somebody supposed to believe all that money is being siphoned to somebody in China and China don't know about him? Get the fuck out of here. But TikTok is 56% female users. 1 out of 4 TikTok users are 20 years and younger.
Mm-hmm.
United States, over a third of adults use TikTok, including close to 60% of adults under 30.
Yep. And 7 million people make their living, make their livelihood off of TikTok.
That's some stupid shit to me. When you set yourself up to your life depends on some app, you done set yourself up fucked up already. It might be a bang in the butt real quick or some shit, but that shit don't last. That's not something you're expecting to be there. That's an app. Somebody on the app to just cut the shit off in the morning. Like, that's some dumb shit. You know what I'm saying? It's like, oh, my life is depending on this Facebook. And the motherfucker like, bruh, why you put your life in the hands of an app? Run around, well, I make all my income off this. Like, what? The fuck are you talking about? It's an app. The nigga just cut the bitch off tomorrow. Like it's about to happen for real. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what the fuck?
Went into that joint red.
It's supposed to be
red, whatever. That joint, everybody's running. That joint, the Chinese got that too. And ByteDance, who got TikTok, that's who got to shut this shit down. They got other websites, and they even going to have to, or eventually gonna have to shut that shit down too. So I still think, like right now, they telling you, if you look at it, you can see that TikTok ain't going nowhere. There's a lot of posturing. They trying to get some Biden to come out with this plain say they're not going to enforce the law.
But that's why I said it should be somebody making this a national thing that everybody know about. Because like we just read off, 60% of the people are under 20 on that motherfucker. Like you gotta, that's the youth of America just on that app, and you're not explaining to them how serious the app is first, and what type of information you putting on there is out in the atmosphere in China some damn way. These are things that I think the government is dropping the ball on. You gotta sound an alarm on something. You can't just run past a bill and let motherfucker orange fuck demons say some stupid shit on top of it. Like, no, this is way too important for that.
But like I said, look how the bill ended up getting signed. They didn't have hearings on it. They didn't have no types of debates on it. They didn't even bring it up. They just stuck it as a ride along in another bill. He signs off on it. Boom.
They say Indonesia is stay on the app the longest. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah.
So TikTok is, man, they passed 1 billion users in 2021. God damn. That was bro. Because that's more, he got different countries on TikTok. But TikTok banned in Brazil, I think.
See, this thing
Banned in Brazil already.
And why they really one of the reasons they wanted to check. Elon got X in check. Motherfucking Zuckerberg, Facebook,
he's scared.
They just put him in check. Yeah. And now you can see that this dude, they got this dude, we on the stage at the motherfucking inauguration. But they aim is to put him in check next.
All 3 joints. Some Biden said in his closing speech, we have a pending problem coming up in America.
Yeah.
And it's these motherfucking billionaire tech motherfuckers trying to take over America and put all that shit, concentrate that shit together and run America. And he said in his speech that that's one of the most serious things in America that's upon us. It's one of the things that have to be taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
That's tough, bro. When you have billionaires run your country, that's like Russia or something.
No, that's what you got. You got a dictatorship. Look, I don't understand. Everybody that's underneath these people, if you're a millionaire now, if you're a millionaire, you better be approaching billionaire status. Because in a minute, millionaires ain't gonna be shit to them. Because the average millionaire, they can buy and sell 150 times over 7 days a week. But we are now basically everybody that's underneath them, the working class, them are the, that's what you're gonna stay working. Them are the workers. They are the house, they're in the big house, the big plantation house. We are now collectively everybody, the fucking plantation. That's what this government is. They don't give a fuck about us. They're gonna raise the taxes. They're gonna raise the taxes on us to cut their taxes. They're going to they're gonna try to get rid of our health care. Knowing they can get best doctors, the best plans ever. They'll live 100 years. They don't fuck if we die. So you about to find out for real how much the fuck they give a fuck about the little people. Please.
Yeah, he stuck him off. He put a True Soldier joint out, said that he got respect to the Supreme Court decision and he gonna figure something out. Then he said, "Stay tuned."
Stay tuned.
See, that's the thing I'm talking about right there. That's shit that Biden's supposed to do. Like, just go talk straight to you real quick. But now everybody's thinking, okay, Supreme Court did that, but Trump is the one gonna save everything. He got everybody thinking that now. It's set up like that. That's some wild shit, bro. And he the one that started it.
That's one thing. But it goes to their media ecosystem.
White man about the luckiest motherfucker I ever known, bro.
You got this old motherfucker. You got this old motherfucker out there on social media. To the point he motherfucker created his own social media company. And that's one thing you can't just, you'll never picture.
And I'm telling you right now, this is a moment that
you never picture Joe Biden is sitting in the White House in his office or in his bedroom just tweeting away all night about any and all things.
That's crazy.
And he ain't the motherfucker that typing all that shit. He might be telling them what to type. But he be letting out some long ass shit. Jokes be like 3, 4, 5 posters to get the shit in.
Yeah.
I'm like, that motherfucker.
He should be spitting out dumb shit.
He ain't typing all that. Old ass fingers can't type that fast on no phone.
Nah, it'd be somebody sitting there typing. He'd be talking to him.
He'd be telling them telling them what to type. He got a typist.
Sometimes he'd be like, no, change that.
Hold up, don't say that like
that. Yeah, they showed a video of him doing that one time. Some blonde broad that was sitting there doing the typing and shit. He was spitting them to us all quick too. Well, my girl Carmen attended the motherfucking MLK joint with our shopping and shit the other day. The shop man.
Good morning, man. Good morning to everyone. Please have a seat. I heard everybody was hanging out this morning. I thought I'd come by and say hi. And mostly, I just wanted to come by to thank everybody, starting with our Reverend Sharpton, for the truth tellers who are here. In the spirit of Dr. King and this day that we celebrate him, his birthday, January 15th, and every day, and the spirit with which he did what he did, Reverend Sharpton, you and the leaders of NAN live that legacy in every way that is important. This is about soldiers who understand the importance of using our feet, praying, doing good works that are about lifting up the people with a sense of optimism and purpose. Always, Nan, Reverend Sharpton, speaking truth, even when it is difficult to speak and more difficult to hear. The leaders here understand, as I often say, that the true measure of the strength of a leader is not based on who you beat down, it is based on who you lift up. I thank you for always lifting me up, but more importantly, I thank you for lifting up whole communities of people who must be seen and heard, and who deserve all the dignity that God gave them to be able to live a life that is productive and a life where they have a quality of life where they know how important they are and how powerful they are.
See, I don't know. See, when she show up at Joyce, this is what I mean, Bob. People really don't pay no attention to it until they want to pay attention to it. You know what I'm saying? She always at stuff like this. She always at MLK joints. She always at women's rights joints, black people joints. She always looking out for LGBT, whatever the fuck. She always doing all that. You know what I'm saying? That's why it's so odd to me the way people just treated her, bro. This is like, god damn, bro. Compared to a motherfucker that don't give a fuck about nothing. It was crazy. That's the shit we just went through, though. It was crazy. But when I listened to her talk about Al Sharpton, she right on the nose about how much he symbols the fight. You know what I'm saying? So one day he gotta take his motherfucking his flowers. He gotta get his flowers, bro. I'm talking about before you know what I'm saying? Like, people gotta recognize his man, he's serious business, bro. He's serious business. He had hit by now. I think Clinton might have gave it to him, didn't he?
No, I doubt it would have been Clinton. That's when he was at that.
Because he had just ran.
Clinton.
Didn't he run against Clinton? Yeah.
Hold on.
He ran twice.
Yeah, but that's when he was in the midst of his controversy. So
Oh no, that would be tough.
he was in the midst.
He got it. I remember him getting it from somebody. It might have been Obama though.
That's who I'm thinking that might have to give it to him.
But yeah, one day you gotta realize, yeah, I was talking some Sir, that's Sir's dude right there, Sir's business right there for sure.
Change is real. We have long known that some of the communities that would be most devastated by them are communities of color, hardworking communities, Black folks. We know when we talk about the Gulf states, right? So that's one issue. The other issue that these extreme weather events are highlighting, but is a big issue for all of us to deal with, is the rampant amount of mis and disinformation that is transiting throughout communities. And the work that we then must do to not only recognize that it's happening, but figure out how we're going to jump into that stream of mis and disinformation.
My baby. I think you be listening to this podcast, don't you? My baby listen to this joint. That's what I've been saying. So much, you got to find a way to dive into it. Put on your snorkels. Slip on your gloves, bro. And let's dive into the misinformation. That's what I've been trying to say. Get into it. Yes, indeed. I'm starting to get a feel that she has a grasp on what's happening here. You feel me? She got a grasp on it of what, like the misinformation situation that fucked her. She have a grasp on the political atmosphere.
In a way that we at the very least can debate it based on the facts that we know to be true in terms of what's happening on the ground, but also to rebut the sources of that mis and disinformation, because it often leads the people who NAN has historically worked for in a place of despair and in a place of helplessness and hopelessness. Again, using as the example extreme weather events, when people are being told, oh, there will be no FEMA response, oh, you are not entitled to this or that, or leading them astray with information that is misinformation about what they will be entitled to, which exceeds what it might be, and then they feel disappointed and they turn the whole system off.
And when she's talking about that, she really talking about when it's a disaster or something, your immediate money is $700. And she's talking about how motherfucker use that, where it's just, that's not your only thing. This is for immediate emergency to get you out, make sure you're not in the streets. You know what I'm saying? That's just all that for that day, to get you some drawers, get you some toilet paper, toothbrush, toothpaste, get in the hotel room. You know what I'm saying? It's not to take care of you for the rest of your fucking life. And for her, that's why I say she don't have, now she has a feel for the atmosphere in the political world. And what she trying to say is how to combat the misinformation part of this and what we have to do part with it. I think that's the key ingredient to being a Democrat and knowing how to go forward, is what she just said. If you're skipping over those two things, then you're either going to be fighting against misinformation or you're going to be joining along with the misinformation, like a motherfucker Bernie Sanders or somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But this misinformation machine just keep on.
That's going to be the toughest part, is the misinformation.
Yeah, because this is the thing about the TikTok thing too. And you want to hear, I think at some point you want to hear them say, we don't fact check or whatever. For some, they're gonna loosen their reins on what motherfuckers can say, or tighten it, or maybe even tighten it on TikTok, because you can get on TikTok and say what you want. Ain't no filters. Because Zuckerberg, now he won't fact check and all this old shit. And we already know what's up with Elon. So they want that same, they want that same thing out of TikTok, where, some certain shit you ain't gonna let by, that they don't want to let by, and they ain't gonna fact check nothing that motherfucker say. Or basically you can say what you want to say, but I think there's a lot of creators, a lot of content creators that do a lot of political shit on TikTok. I think for them to stay not enforcing the ban, because basically you can hold that over TikTok. Hey, oh my, you don't do what we want, we shut you down. And there are a lot of content creators that's on there, they'll tighten up on them in some kind of way.
But the misinformation is going to be the hardest part of this whole thing, bro. You got to tackle that. That's why I've been saying since the beginning is you got to figure out a plan to make sure. And that's the only way I said you got to dive in. Right when things happen, you got to tap the lie then. Like, they can't let it float around. Like, she got a feel for it the way she talking, that you can't let it go. Like $700, you can't let them turn that into, that's all they get. You can't let them do that, because you gotta jump out in it, like she just said. You gotta attack that shit.
But they did that on the last natural disaster. Every natural disaster, they try to pull that same shit. You get $700, and Fox News pumped that damn story so damn much. I don't even think they write a new one. I think they did stick that story back out to about $700. And
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So I've been checking some things out about the DNC. Motherfuckers running for DNC. And one thing, a couple of them is really pushing is creating that media wing of the party that basically, like, the Republicans got. Sure, you're not gonna come out on a scale, because they ingrained everywhere. They everywhere. Them motherfuckers.
But the people, whoever the money is on the left, don't spend it on media shit. They don't spend their money on stuff like this. Like now, if you had motherfuckers on the left with the big money, they will take care of MSNBC, buy it out, make sure these clowns don't get it. They'll get TikTok so they can have something to counteract Twitter. If they had, they would do it. They just don't spend their money on stuff like that. That's what they need to do, is concentrate on the media like they do.
And the thing about it is, a lot of the motherfuckers, big wigs in Hollywood that can do that shit is liberals.
Yeah, but they don't spend their money on politics like that.
They don't spend their money. They don't spend their money
trying
on
to
politics
get
and
media and all that.
They don't spend their money on news because you lose more money than what you make. So the motherfuckers don't make money. So it's all I can say is, look, if y'all find somebody that you trust is gonna give you the word, like we gonna give you the word, that's who you got right now. That's who you gotta go to.
Because I don't like none of the motherfuckers running for DNC chairs. So no matter which one of them win, they all gonna be trash. So we can forget the DNC chair being any type of weapon. All them motherfuckers are trash.
Does somebody jump up there?
Every one of them. It's a motherfucker named Destiny on YouTube. He do a lot of debating and shit. And he had all the motherfucking DNC chairs. He was interviewing all of them. He interviewed each and every one of them. And all you do is sit down and listen to him. And none of them is ready for this shit, bro. None of them. Only one you can say is ready for is what's his name? Emmanuel. And nobody want him in there. It's just man. I just say fuck it. Scratch them, put Crockett there, and let's go. Like, or what's the Spanish girl? AOC. Or put these people in this joint, man. Like, come on, man.
And them two of your biggest fighters in the house. You can't take them out the house. Shit, they get shit done. And I mean, you got motherfucking Jasmine Crockett under motherfucking skin so bad, bitch wanted to fight the other day. So I want them where they at, because they gon' on the floor of the house, they gonna scrap. They gonna scrap. They gonna fight for it. They gonna call you out. They said, you gonna take us outside? So, but
yeah, I heard when they saw Nancy Grace and stories about the fight.
Yeah. But it was just the funniest thing, the whole damn thing, because Jasmine Crockett made herself clear what she was talking about. When she was talking about civil rights, she was bringing up MLK Day and having a civil rights subcommittee in the House. So she was going along now. And she explained herself. And Nancy Mace, this bitch went off on perverts in the bathroom taking selfies, chicks with dicks, and all types of wild shit. And I'm like, well, what the fuck has that got to do with it? And basically, Jasmine Crockett her dumbass rebuttals like, what is she talking about? That wasn't what I was talking about. And she was like, child, something. Don't call me no child. I'm not no child. Blah, 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 blah. You want to take this outside? Like, bitch, you the one that took it. You took the conversation way left. We're talking about people's civil rights and guaranteeing civil rights and having a subcommittee here that's going to make sure, people's rights are taken care of. This bitch went off on some transvestite shit.
She's not going off on nothing. It's what they like. That's what they talk about. It's the thing they get money for. They run campaigns off stuff like that. So you can talk about getting water out of the Pacific. It's still gonna bring up transgender.
These campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than you.
Chairman, I
Order,
am
please.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that.
Order.
I am not a
Chairman,
child.
I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in order.
Order.
Point of order.
Order.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all
I
to
am
tell
no
me
child.
whether or
Do
not
not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than
Chairman,
you.
I
Order,
am
please.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
You
time.
will not do that. I
Order.
am not a
Chairman,
child.
I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
Okay.
in
Hey, bro, wait, what just happened, bro?
Yeah, told you.
Wait, what the fuck just happened with this bitch?
She look.
First of all,
it wasn't a child.
First of all, Shawty say she started talking, and like a normal black person does. She not even talking to her no more. It's like, child, look, she on to something else now. You feel me? It's like she don't get it because she white. So she taking it as you calling me a child, which still wouldn't be nothing. Like what the fuck that would be for you acting like that? But she don't get black people slang. Like she wouldn't even think about it no more once she said child. Once you say child, once a black girl say child, you ain't even thought about no more. She moving on to the next thing. But her as a white person was thinking child was something bad to her or something. That's not what she was doing with that. She was saying, all right, let's moving on to some other shit because you on something different. You know what I'm saying? It's like, child.
Yeah.
And black people say that. That's normal talk in black culture.
And she know that. And child was just the trigger word for her to go off. That one would really pissed her off. What really pissed her off was what she said before that. When she said that somebody's campaign coffers are getting low or something like that. And claiming she ain't got no money. And that's what, and then when she say child, she was hot then. You ain't no motherfucking child. And all this.
Do not call me a child. I am no child.
I want
Don't
to
even
find
start.
out
I am a grown
which
woman.
of those
I am 47 years
emails
old. I have broken
actually
more
have.
glass ceilings than you.
Chairman, I
Order,
am
please.
reclaiming my
Let's go.
time.
You will not do that.
Order.
Chairman, I am
not a
reclaiming
child.
my time.
If you want to take it outside,
Mr. Chairman, the committee is not
And look,
in order.
Goldilocks down there, bad bitch, blonde bitch down there.
Somebody's campaign coffers really are struggling right now. So she gonna keep saying trans, so that people will feel threatened. And child, listen, I want y'all.
The whole thing is, like she said, it's for them to generate money, get the MAGAs happy. They're gonna cut the clip and have her saying, "We can go outside," and all the MAGAs gonna send her money. See, that's how they do their thing.
That's how they do. I mean, that's how they do. That's just like Main Man, which is mothers or whatever the fuck his name was a few months back when the fight the union do. they crazy.
See, she knew two things. She didn't want her to keep talking because she was about to hit her with a bad bitch, blonde bitch thing. So she didn't want that to happen to her. So she wanted to, no, you ain't no. She don't want her to continue talking because one of those about to come out. One of those bad bitch, blonde, dumb bitch about to come out. So I trying to cut her off. Like, no. Yeah, I ain't no child.
She got holding one word, child. That's
child.
Man, that I noticed already a meme. Child, please, child. Motherfucker, say something you stupid on online. You gonna send that gift, child. So,
and she was a rising star of 2024. Yeah. You know what I'm saying, dial. But yeah, I appreciate her a whole lot. She'll fight her. She gets in there, but these white motherfuckers and these white women in there can't stand her. These middle-aged white women that's Republicans in that joint, they don't like this black lady. She reflect the black culture too much to them. She is like a sister in a school where she the only black kid right now. and all the girls, and they can't stand her. Goldie, the big bad ball, she's just beating them all one by one. I can't stand it though.
Damn, she on my fucking nerves.
They can't stand. That's what they already can't stand her. So once they get entangled with her with anything, their level go up higher than what it should be at this moment because they already can't stand her.
Man, that was like shit. All right, she on my fucking nerves. That's how that is. Believe me. If Nancy Mace and Marjorie Taylor Greene ever catch Jasmine Crockett somewhere alone, they gonna jump her. They gonna beat shit out of her. Or they gonna try.
Bro, child.
That's
shit like that, man. It's just
and the thing
that's
about
just
it,
how we talk.
with the way she did it, and we know how it is. The motherfucker be like, child, please. You just dismissive like.
Yeah, it's over. Yeah.
It's like, I ain't even thinking about your age. Child. I ain't even tripping.
They can't get her. Every time they try to get her, bro, it's some way, somehow, the words fuck them up. She just get them with the words, bro.
Yeah. And see, and you whole trailer park white people, y'all know what that mean. Y'all know what that child mean, because y'all, y'all hip to the vernacular.
Yeah, they ain't that dumb.
They ain't that dumb.
They went on their head though.
Yeah, but you uppity ones, that went over your head. Way over your head.
And then those white bitches be talking trash, especially the bleach blonde bad bitch.
Mm-hmm.
She talk like she fucking country gutter anywhere fucking way. Get the fuck. None of them got no decor in that motherfucker. That's the word. Yeah. Decor. Hey, I use that joint. I slip that joint in. Where it's supposed to be too. Decor. You know what I'm saying?
I see Nancy Mace. I think Nancy Mace might know. She might know. That's why she know how dismissive it was. Because she's been around and had to deal with somebody like Sheila Jackson Lee when she was living. God rest her soul. And Maxine Waters and then running around there, be like, shit, ain't nobody trying to hit this shit. That shit, child.
Yeah.
You come back and hit me with something else. And so I think she been dismissed like that by somebody. But just damn, right there at your job in Congress in front of everybody, she like, all she want, somebody coughs in here is mighty, they ain't right.
Yeah.
Money ain't right. And now all she want to do is do what they always did. It's always trans.
Yeah.
Bro,
these niggas are obsessed with transgender shit, bro. I'm talking about obsessed. Bro. I don't even think you could talk on MAGA without them bringing up transgender, bro. It's like either y'all want to be transgender or you want to fuck one of these trans. Something is obsessing you with this shit, bro. Bro, what's the MAGA motherfucker? He put some shit up today about transgender, and everybody in the comments like, I don't get it. Like, what is the point? You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I don't get it, bro. The anger towards transgender, goddamn. I'm starting to think they ran up in you.
Yeah, they don't like that. I mean, you gotta understand who you're dealing with too, because they a bunch of motherfucking macho men. They're, what we've been calling them, or I know I have been for a long time. They're a bunch of motherfucking cavemen. But he-man, woman beaters and haters and takers of the stuff and whatever you want to call them. But they want control. They're all some macho man shit, and they want to run around being Hulk Hogan and all the types of shit like that. And that's the way they are. And for everything they're for, a man being transferred to a woman, that's the worst thing in the world to them.
Bro, they obsessed with that shit though, bro. Like I can go 365 days and almost make it to the 365 another time before I even come across a transgender, bro, or even think about it. This shit is on their mind every fucking morning. They wake up, transgender shit. It's on their mind. And then they gotta wait. She twisted it in this debate they had while saying Jasmine don't give a fuck about women's rights because men will go in the bathroom with them or something. That's the way Republicans switch shit around about women's rights. What the fuck this had to do with women's rights? I would never know at all. But you ain't worried about her going to the doctor and making her own decision. But some transgender going somewhere to take a shit, you worried about that? It just throws me off, bro. I don't get it.
Because she went on about how she's a rape survivor, and you're a rape survivor. I feel for you, though. That's some vile shit. And so I can see, I can see what she's saying, that she don't want no dude, or who might not fully transition or whatever, but using a motherfucking bathroom with her. I just, okay, you've been sexually assaulted. I can catch your point there. But
there's no rights for these people.
But
so what's the problem? I don't get it.
I mean,
if a person is not transitioned into whatever the fuck, there's no rights. They have nothing until they have actually done it. So I don't get it. Some of this shit just be completely unnecessary shit they be doing, bro.
Like I said, if you got and I agree with it. If you got a penis, you ain't got no business.
Why would that person be going to the girl's bathroom?
You ain't got no business in the motherfucking in the woman's bathroom.
Now, this the key. Is she saying that person right there, or the person that trans? Yeah. I think she talking about both of those people, though, bro.
That's what I think too.
That's the problem we got here. Me and you agree. That first problem, he ain't no business near the bathroom.
Because if the motherfucker is fully transitioned,
that gotta be she talking about that person.
Where's the person supposed to go?
She talking about that person then. She not talking about the one that haven't transitioned yet. Because that person is just a person. Like that.
She said women with something about penises, women with penises, or chicks with dicks or something. She did say that. So she put that out there. But I think the same way you think. I think she was talking about all of them. Like, fuck get all their asses out of here.
Because to me, a person thinking about it or just starting to take some pills, no. You should fucking do completely.
You a dude.
So there's no transition in that. You know what I'm saying?
If you got man parts, you ain't got no business nowhere near the women's bathroom.
I don't understand the shit regardless how you do. I really don't get the shit. I don't give a fuck really, but I'm just trying to understand. Okay, you said she was raped. So she's scared of a transgender person.
Yeah.
Is she scared of a transgender person is already transitioned to a female, or is she just scared of a person that's just gay and she's scared of gay people?
Yeah.
I mean, what is she doing? I'm confused on what is she doing here?
I guess what she's saying, in her mind, the way she feels, I'm just suspecting. I guess she figured that, if the motherfucker got man parts, and even though he may be whatever, he might see her, get turned on or whatever, and feel he is might rape her.
But he is not a transgender though. If he have man parts, that's the part I'm trying to figure out. We got to understand the dynamic of what we're talking about. You only a transgender if you did transgender. You did it.
Yeah.
Somebody is not. They just not.
If you have a transgender and you got man parts, you got to go to the man bathroom. Because if you
just got on the wig.
You just went there with a wig and a dress on.
So of course they shouldn't be in there. I mean, we'll agree on that.
Right.
But is she talking about all of them?
Right. But now, once a person is fully transitioned, where does this person go? You should be.
You should be able to have that conversation instead of just saying ew. That's what she doing, saying nope, nah, hell no. Like they did us back in that motherfucker black. Hell no, he ain't going to my bathroom.
Because if you go into the women's bathroom and you turn around and the dude standing and it's a woman standing up peeing and motherfucker expose herself to you or try to attack you or whatever, okay, that's a problem. And you got the remedies for it. Call the fuck police, beat the shit out of the motherfucker, whatever. But once a person is fully crossed over to the other side, first of all, how would you know?
What the hell is cisgender?
Oh, that's
Wait, what?
I gotta look that shit up. I heard that.
Wait, what? There's something else now?
Man, there's all types of shit.
What is a cisgender then? I'm lost now. Now we're doing too much.
It's a thing.
So hold on. Wait, what? See, that transgender shit, I don't know nothing about. That shit just over my head, bro. Like, I don't deal with them. I don't discuss nothing to none of them. I never see them.
Adjective.
So I don't know.
Denoting or relating to a person whose gender identity corresponds with the sex
That's transgender.
registered for them at birth, not transgender. So if motherfuckers say I ain't a motherfucker transgender, I'm still that's a motherfucking man or whatever. I don't know.
Wait, what? Wait a minute. Wait. All right. A transgender is generally a person, is really a term for a person whose gender identity or internal sense of being, male or female, or something else. What the fuck is something else?
Man, there's a lot of something.
It's something else?
Yes.
What the fuck? All right.
Come on, man. You still got her
Something else.
running around out here somewhere.
But that don't. But all right, it's still saying. Wait, so it's not saying specifically you have to transition though. It's just a general term for a person whose gender identity or their internal senses of being a male or female does not match. Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I ain't understand what I just said. I just read the damn thing, bro. Like, what the fuck? Wait, all right. A transgender, period, is a person's gender identity, an internal sense of being a male or female, or something else, does not match the sex they were assigned at birth. All right, boom. But that doesn't say you have to be transitioned. You see what I'm saying now?
Yeah.
So is transgender means you already transitioned?
Okay.
Or does this mean what?
When they say
Just your mental state?
right there, it goes
or what?
With your mental, it goes to mental state. What that means to me is it goes to what's in your mind. You know, you say, okay, on your birth certificate it says male, but you identify as female or whatever. So I guess mental wise is, you know, you feel as though you a woman trapped inside a man's body or whatever the fuck.
Now, the thing about this whole thing is it's like a blurred line between a gay person and then somebody that not only want to be gay, they want to be the opposite sex. That's completely different. They don't get that. Like, it's people that are gay, but they don't want to be a whole nother person. Like, they don't want to be a man. You feel me? They just like girls. They females are like girls. They don't actually be a man. You feel me? It's the other way around. It's like everybody that's gay don't want to be the actual person.
Because I mean, it's this so much that you got the pronoun thing. So
What does that cis shit mean? What does that even mean?
It means that even though I guess
cis,
you know, like if you're transgender, you don't identify. Basically, you don't identify with the sex that's on your birth certificate. You know, you might be born a man, but you identify.
Wait, what? It says
now with this.
Wait.
Cisgender is motherfuckers who identify. No, I guess no matter what they is or you know what they look like, if they cross dress as women, if they whatever, they identify themselves with whatever's on their birth certificate. But man is born a man.
All right, hold on. Wait the fuck up. All right, hold on.
It's a motherfucker.
Wait, it says right here, cisgender.
Handbook.
Cisgender means the gender you identify with matches your sex. What the fuck?
Yes.
That's who you are. That's just normal. Why Like what? The gender you identify with is the sex you were born with. That is just normal.
Now, transgender is the opposite.
Wait.
Transgender,
Wait, what the
transgender
fuck?
is the opposite.
Wait, what the fuck? I don't. This is like controversy.
When,
Oh, whatever the fuck that man
transgender
is.
is basically the sex that you identify
Like you normal.
with is not the sex.
All right, it says
you was born
cisgender
with.
means the gender you identify with, a man, right?
Yeah.
It's the same assigned sex you was born with.
Yeah.
That's just us. That's normal people.
Okay.
Why would they call it cis something? What the fuck are we doing? Why just normal people gotta be called something, bruh? Y'all doing the transitioning and shit. Call yourself something. Like we just normal motherfuckers. Why we gotta be cis? Just a normal person born the way they were. You normal, but not to them. You gotta be called something. Cis. Cisgender, nigga? Yeah. Why the fuck is I'm cisgender? That sounds dumb as fuck. You just a motherfucker man or girl. Like, what are we doing? Jeez. I didn't even know there was such thing as cisgender, bro. Mm-hmm. And then the fact that cis means it should have been girls. It's just anybody. What the fuck? Hey, I'm starting to think they started to make this shit up, this XQLL2 and all that stuff. They just making stuff up, not even knowing what they make it. None of this shit have meaning. I think they making up names and then get the meanings. Like, okay, you cisgender. Hey, what that mean? I'll make it up later. I'll figure it out. Like, bruh, this shit does not make no fucking sense. Why would you be cisgender, bro? What the fuck is that? Why would that be somebody? For no damn reason. I'm born as a man. I fuck bitches. Why would you call me a cisgender though? That's what I'm supposed to be doing. Hey, bro, I don't get this. You know what? We should get a transgender on here and talk about this shit, bro. I don't get this shit, bro. I don't know. I want to know, what is a cis? Why would you, what make you start calling us cis genders? Why y'all start that? And what's the LGBTQs? What is all that? Help me out, bro. You know what I'm saying? We should find, hey, anybody out there be watching this joint, man, you're transgender or you transition, you cis, all that. Come rap to us, bro. We just want to talk about the like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, is you, before you transition, are you a thing now? Are you transgender now? Or how does it work? You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I'm curious now. Like, I'm trying to figure out, like, because there's a lot going on with the cis shit and all that. It's like, okay, hold on. If you was to take it, like, you cut your dick off, take all that medicine, are you now transgender? Or what? Or do you go, if you start taking the medicine before you get your dick cut off, are you transgender? Now you see what I'm saying? That's a lot. That's wild shit, bro. And then that's cis shit, just stupid. Why call you just normal motherfuckers minding their business? You want to bring us in and call us cis? Cisgender, I ain't got nothing to do with it. I ain't trans, no. Y'all do y'all shit. Don't bring me in, bro. I love bitches. That's it. That's what I was born to do. Don't make me a cis something. What's wrong with y'all, bro? Why you giving me names? Hey, so why you giving us names though, bro? We ain't got nothing to do. Drive-by. We ain't doing drive-by shots and shit. Like, you cis. Like, hold up, bro. I ain't got nothing to do with it. Appreciate everybody, man. That be tuning in, checking us out, bro. We appreciate y'all a whole lot. Holla at your boys. Tuesdays and Fridays we be live. We're starting to stick these motherfucking videos out more, you know what I'm saying? But we do appreciate y'all a whole lot. Trying to get to 500 subs, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, if you got the time, appreciate you a whole lot, you know what I'm saying? Rodney, appreciate you a whole lot, my guy. You know what I'm saying, dog? Hey, you got some say, guy? Damn, that shit's crazy.
And on Monday, do something do something other than what? I don't know, because I might watch some shit myself.
We're gonna be live. We're gonna be live.
I'm curious.
We're gonna be live sometime, either here or remote.
Yeah, we probably do it remote.
We're gonna be
That
live.
way we can stay on it because it's supposed to be cold as shit out there, money. That's why the dumbass went on the inside.
Wait, I meant to check the coldest inauguration. What was the coldest one?
It wasn't Obama. It was one colder than Obama.
What was Obama's joint?
Obama was like
8 degrees?
Obama was like 8, 9 degrees for sure.
It's not gonna be 8 degrees Monday, bro. This nigga gone inside.
Obama shit. Obama
That shit was cold.
Obama shit was down in single digits.
And he still had the biggest crowd. He still had the biggest crowd too, bro. Ain't that some shit? It was cold as a bitch.
Motherfucker. I wanted to go down there, but I was like, hell no.
No, ain't no way. It's not gonna be that cold, Monday. Ain't no way.
I don't think it's gonna be that
Ain't not gonna be no 8 degrees.
It's gonna be cold. Cold.
That bitch is trying to take him and his rich friends inside, bro.
Talking about politics coming from a view of the streets, you know what I'm saying, dog? We're not coming from professional view. We're not lawyers, none of that shit that's on TV, you know what I'm saying? We come straight from the hood. We the hood people.